Good evening and welcome to the Committee on Judiciary, Thursday, June 1st. We have a number of bills up for consideration. We are going to hear those first and vote, we're going to vote on everything up for consideration first. Then we'll move to the bills that are up for hearing. We'll give the opportunity, as is the custom in this committee, we will give the bill sponsor the opportunity to introduce the bill. Then we will move to public comment on the bill. I'm going to do my best to stay in order that they are on the agenda. I know that we have bill sponsors from other committees who are going to be coming in and out, so I'm going to be doing my best to stay in order, but I also need to respect the time of other committee members, senators who need to get to other committee items. One other note on the agenda is that the sponsor for Senate Bill 1016, which is Senator Lombardi's bill, the sponsor has withdrawn that bill, so that bill will not be heard on this evening's calendar. And also just a note to the public, when we do move to public comment, we do have a 3-minute time limit to try to account for the number of folks who want to testify on all of the matters that are before us this evening. So Madam Clerk will keep a 3-minute time on her phone, and when you hear the alarm go off, that is your cue to wrap up your thoughts, and so that we can continue to hear from the rest of the public. So with that, we're going to start with the bills for consideration. First up, we have Senate Bill 129. I'd entertain a motion to pass Senate Bill 129 made by Senator Quesada, seconded by Senator Burke and Senator McKinney. Madam Clerk, I'd like you to take a roll call vote on this.
Yes. Chair Oyer?
Yes.
Senator Lombardi?
No.
Senator Raptakis?
No.
Senator Burke?
Yes.
No, he's not here. Senator Mountain?
No.
Senator McKinney?
Yes.
Senator Quesada?
Yes.
Senator Takoyan?
No.
Majority Leader Pearson?
Yes.
President Ruggiero?
The vote is 7-4, and Senate Bill 129 moves to the committee, forward to the floor, excuse me. Next up, we have Senate, that was, the vote was 6-4. Thank you for the correction. 6-4, and the bill advances to the full Senate. Next up, we have Senate Bill 163. I would entertain a motion to pass by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator LaMountain. All those in favor, aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 163 unanimously passes to the floor. Next up, we have Senate Bill 380 by Senator McKinney. I'd entertain a motion to pass by Senator LaMountain, seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor, aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 380 moves to the floor. Next up, we have Senate Bill 417 by Senator McKinney. This legislation does have, actually, I would like to have a motion to reconsider Senate Bill 380 moved by Senator Lombardi, so we can address a substitute A on that legislation. Moved by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator LaMountain. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 380 is back before the committee. I'd like to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 380 and bring forward Senate Bill 380 Substitute A, moved by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator Takoyan. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 380 Sub A is properly before the committee. This substitute, the amended language was changed. It was originally proposed as middle school reading comprehension skills, and it was changed to 8th grade reading level. This change was based on feedback that we received from the Secretary of State's office. I'm happy to entertain any questions on the amendment. All right, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to pass Senate Bill 380 Sub A, moved by Senator Takoyan, seconded by Senator LaMountain. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 380 Sub A moves to the floor. Next up, we have also from Senator McKinney, Senate Bill 417. This also has amended language. I'd entertain a motion to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 417 and bring forward 417 Sub A. That motion's made by Senator Takoyan, seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 417 Sub A is properly before the committee. This amended language sets the standard for public shoreline lateral public access to be the seaweed or rack line plus 10 feet. If there are multiple lines, then it's the closest line to the water. It also adds explicit prohibition on the public accessing lawns or above the vegetation line for using private amenities. These changes were made at the request of the sponsor. With that, I would entertain a motion to pass made by Senator McKinney, seconded by Senator LaMountain. Madam Clerk, could you take a roll call on this, please?
Chair Oyer,
Yes.
Senator Lombardi,
No.
Senator Raptakis.
No.
Senator Burke,
Yes.
Senator LaMountain,
Yes.
Senator McKinney,
Yes.
Senator Quesada,
Yes.
Senator Tokoyan,
No.
Majority Pearson,
Yes.
President Ruggiero.
Yes.
And that legislation 417 substitute A passes 7-3 to the Senate floor. Next up, we have Senate Bill 644. We also have amended language on this legislation. I'd entertain a motion to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 644, bring forth substitute A, moved by Senator LaMountain, seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 644 Sub A is properly before the committee. This amended language removes the requirement for certified mail for toll violation notices and adds in a requirement for email notification when the account balance is low and when it is negative. This is based on comments we heard in the hearings and from the Bridge and Turnpike Authority. I'll entertain any questions on that amended language. All right, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to pass 644A, moved by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 644A moves to the floor. Next up, we have Senate Bill 653 by Senator LaMountain. This additionally has a substitute amended language. I'd entertain a motion to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 653 and bring forward 653 Sub A, moved by Senator LaMountain, seconded by Senator McKinney. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 653 substitute A is properly before the committee. This amendment provides for cash bail to be used to pay restitution if ordered by the court before being refunded to the individual posting bail. This change was based on comments from both the courts and our friend Mike DeLauro. I'd be happy to entertain any questions. All right, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to pass Senate Bill 653A, moved by Senator LaMountain, seconded by Senator Tokoyan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 653 Sub A moves to the floor. Next up, we have Senate Bill 739 by Senator Lawson, and this does not have an amendment. I'd entertain a motion to pass Senate Bill 739, made by Senator McKinney, seconded by Senator Lombardi and Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 739 moves to the floor. Next up, we have Senate Bill 742, also by Senator Lawson. This has amended language. I'd entertain a motion to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 642 and bring forward 742 and bring forward 742 substitute A, made by Senator Tokoyan, seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 742 substitute A is properly before the committee. This amendment requires that our rules or regulations promulgated under the statute are subject to the Administrative Procedures Act. This is a practice that we have done on bills going to the Board of Elections in the past. Happy to entertain questions. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to pass 742 Sub A, made by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator LaMountain and Senator Tokoyan. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And 742 Sub A moves to the floor. Next up, we have Senate Bill 804, which is my legislation. I'd entertain a motion to pass by Senator LaMountain, seconded by Senator McKinney. Madam Clerk, could you take a roll call on this?
Chair Oyer,
Yes.
Senator Lombardi,
No.
Senator Raptakis.
No.
Senator Burke,
Yes.
Senator LaMountain,
Yes.
Senator McKinney,
Yes.
Senator Quesada,
Yes.
Senator Tokoyan.
Yes.
Majority Pearson,
Yes.
President Ruggiero.
Yes.
And Senate Bill 804 passes to the floor 8-2. Thank you. Next up, we have Senate Bill 850 by Senator LaMountain. This also has an amendment. I entertain a motion to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 850 and bring forward Senate Bill 850 Sub A, moved by Senator Takoyan, seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 850 Substitute A is properly before the committee. The amendments replace appraisal with appraiser when referencing the appraiser qualification board, provides for exemptions if included in federal law for insured institutions, and it cleans up some grammatical inconsistencies. Those changes were made at the request of the DBR. Happy to entertain questions on those changes. All right, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to pass Senate Bill 850 Sub A, moved by Senator Takoyan, seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 850 Sub A moves to the floor. Next up, we have Senate Bill 729. I did just want to note for the committee that there are some technical changes that we would like to make as a floor amendment, but we would like to move the bill through committee so that as we get near the end of session, we can continue moving forward on these issues. With that being said, I don't have that will be a floor amendment. It's not before the committee right now. So I would entertain a motion to pass Senate Bill 729, moved by Senator McKinney, seconded by Senator LaMountain. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll call on that?
Chair Oyer,
Yes.
Senator Lombardi,
No.
Senator Raptakis,
No.
Senator Burke,
No.
Senator LaMountain,
Yes.
Senator McKinney,
Yes.
Senator Quesada,
Yes.
Senator Takoyan,
No.
Majority Pearson,
Yes.
President Ruggiero.
Yes.
And Senate Bill 729 passes to the floor 6-4. All right. Next up, we're going to the bills for consideration. We have Senate Bill 135, and I believe I saw Senator Coleman.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam. Good evening, Madam Clerk and members of the committee. Can you hear me? I am pleased to be before you again, introducing the Fair Chance in Housing Act in collaboration with the Lieutenant Governor, who is, I believe, here tonight. This bill does two things. It addresses issues of discrimination in the extremely competitive rental market, and in doing so, it is our hope that it also addresses issues of housing access in that same market. So first, it prohibits landlords from using a prospective tenant's criminal record within certain confines. So basically, within the last 10 years, there are, however, particular crimes that are exempt from this. The idea here is that people get out of prison, they change their lives, they no longer constitute a threat, and they deserve a place to live. The second thing that the bill does is is limit the use of credit checks to the previous 3 years, and the logic and the rationale of this move is the same, which is that 3 years previous is, we believe, sufficient time to establish somebody's creditworthiness relative to their ability to pay rent, along with the other things that you need in order to get an apartment, such as pay stubs and employment. But also, many people in their early 20s or even later in their adulthood have problems with their credit for various reasons, including predatory lending practices, and we believe that that should not be a barrier to someone being able to acquire a place to live. So I'm happy to entertain any questions. I will also defer to the LG, who is seated to my left. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? All right, I don't see any. Madam Governor, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Senator Coleman, for introducing this bill. And also, I just want to thank the co-sponsor, Senator McKinney, Senator Quesada, Senator Burke. Thank you so much for co-sponsoring this legislation. It's so important for us to take this step to make sure that individuals who have been justice involved, or those that have a credit score that has been damaged most of the time because of student loans or situations like that, are able to really have a second chance of finding a home. that's going to depend, whether they find a home is going to depend whether they're going to be healthy, whether they're going to be able to find a job. And this is another barrier that they go through in order to be able to contribute to society and be full members of society. I'm asking you to support this legislation. The Senate has taken steps similar before with the ban the box legislation that was approved years ago. It's something very similar, but now it's for housing. And in the crisis that we have right now in the state of Rhode Island when it comes to housing, this is another thing that we can do to help families and to help individuals to secure a home. So I'm here to ask you for your support. Grace Nisby from my office is here. She has been working in this bill in collaboration with the team at the Senate and also with Senator Coleman, and she's able to answer any questions you may have about the technicalities of the bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Lieutenant Governor? I don't see any, but just want to welcome you to the committee and thank you for coming to testify. I know you've been working on these issues for a long time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Next up, we will move to public comment on Senate Bill 135. We have Jeremy Costa, Clara Hardy, and Sandra Williams, and Margot Morisseau. Welcome to the committee, Mr. Costa.
Yes, I am strongly in favor of this legislation 0135. It seems like you guys put a lot of effort into this bill. I see a lot of important key ways that this could help not only the housing crisis that we're dealing with, but it could also help the reentry or reintegration back into society, especially for those formerly incarcerated. I do think that 10 years is quite a large window. Usually, scripturally, you're forgiven of your debt and your transgressions within 7. So I don't think it should exceed 7 years, the look back. So I hope that that could be amended. I also think that, these are roadblocks to reentry, and a lot of these have been covered pretty well in here. I just hope that you guys understand that this is a major piece of legislation that could clean up a lot of the issues that we're dealing with the homelessness, the stuff that's happening outside your state house. This could really change. This is a start. This type of legislation is a start. My only issue is that we have enough time to be able to pass these bills. I see that this is not going to be in effect until January. We need to start acting now. Bills like this need to be put at the beginning of sessions, so you guys have time, especially when they are acts that have 6 or 7 pages of amendments, or 8 pages, or they're just new acts. I think that these types of bills need to be forwarded and put at the beginning of sessions so they can breathe and so they can be signed. We need not to wait till the end of legislation sessions to be putting these important bills into place. That's all I'd like to say in regards to this.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Are there any questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much. Welcome to the committee.
Can I just, I'm going to introduce Sandra.
Absolutely.
You can sit here, actually.
All right. Hi, my name is Clara Hardy. I'm a licensed social worker. I do home-based counseling. And last week I was in front of this committee to support the repeal of LEOBOR. And I had mentioned a client that has been struggling with homelessness due to her criminal record. So I brought her here today to testify in support of the Fair Housing Act, and she will speak on her behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Williams.
Can you make sure that the button is raised? Yep, thank you.
I am in favor of the Senate Bill 135. I have personal experience with being denied housing due to my criminal record or history. I have been homeless for 5 years, living from couch to couch. I have applied to many housing programs and have been denied at each one. That's 5. My criminal record consists of a history of shoplifting and 1 domestic assault. That landed me in the ACI for a total of 6 months. I served my time and paid my consequences, but I continue to be punished because of my record, and all I want is a place to live. I have applied to many subsidized housing programs and continually been denied. 5, I was recently denied by Sparrows Point 2 in Warwick, which I plan to appeal. I was also denied twice at Sparrows Point 1 due to Sparrows Point 1 twice. What do I need to get safe, affordable housing so I can be stable and work on improving my future? When I was at the ACI, I met a woman who continues to offend because she has no place to live, and jail is the only home that she knows. Housing is a basic need and should be a right for everyone to have, regardless of criminal record. I am hesitant to go to the shelter because I know that there are a lot of people with addiction issues, and it frightens me. In the past, when I have been able to find a place to stay, I've had to place my dog in an animal shelter. He is my best friend. I haven't had any criminal activity in 5 years. I haven't been involved with the police for 5 years, and I still get no place to live. And I'm frightened about what's going to happen next. Where am I going to go? I support this bill again because we need help for people that need housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions for the witness?
Senator.
Senator Quesada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you for coming and say your history. I think that said a lot about you. But at the same time, I do agree with you. Unfortunately, even si you just, I think many years ago, I had a tenant who just got involved in a crime, and they throw her out from the housing, and without even asking si that was true or not. Then I really think that need to change, and I do agree with you. Somebody need a housing no matter what happened in their life, and like you said, you pay for your mistake. Then you should get a second chance and an opportunity to have a housing for you. Thank you for coming.
Let me also include that I had Section 8, but because of going to jail at another housing complex, I can't think of it, but they took Section 8 away. In the 9 years, I lived there for 9 years. So in 9 years, I was in jail for 6 months. It just doesn't balance out. And they took the Section 8 away, which was affordable. They took it away because I got incarcerated. That put me in the place that I'm in now, looking for affordable housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions for this witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman. And so my name is Margot Morrisseau, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Rhode Island Coalition to End Homelessness. And we are in strong support of Senator Coleman's bill. And we really appreciate the Lieutenant Governor's leadership on this bill as well. This bill will help to remove barriers to accessing housing and directly reduce the number of people experiencing homelessness in our state. People with criminal records face compounding barriers to accessing housing, notably criminal background screenings, and this population is particularly vulnerable to experiencing homelessness. The National Alliance to End Homelessness estimates that depending on location, as low as 20% and as high as 50% of formerly incarcerated individuals experience homelessness upon release. Research shows that experiencing homelessness greatly increases the risk of recidivism. It creates a vicious circle. Rhode Island has an incarceration rate of 289 people per 100,000. This includes prisons, jails, immigration detention, and juvenile justice facilities, meaning that it locks up a higher percentage of its people than any other state. Many of the people serving time are nonviolent and have engaged in crimes due to poverty. Currently, 21,000 Rhode Islanders are in our state's criminal legal system. 18,440 of the people are on probation or parole, and they need a place to live in order to remain out of jail. The Special Legislative Commission to Study Justice Reinvestment provides recommendations for reducing incarceration. The Commission has identified transitional housing as a major need for formerly incarcerated women to help reunify families. This legislation is the logical next step to ensure women and their children have a safe place to live once they leave transitional housing. Limiting criminal background checks and credit checks in residential rental applications also advances racial and gender equity in Rhode Island. Most of the families that I have worked with in subsidized or affordable housing suffer from low credit scores and low incomes, but they manage to pay their rent on time. A low credit score is not indicative of a bad tenant. Additionally, Black and Hispanic people overall have disproportionately low credit scores, as these groups are often impacted by the history of redlining and predatory lending practices such as payday loans. Through the Fair Chance in Housing Act, Rhode Island can affirm that housing is a human right and create a more just state, and we hope that you'll pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next up, we have Katie West submitted written testimony in support. Katie Grandowski, welcome to the committee. Grace Susby. Guy Sanchez. Steve Brown. Welcome to the committee. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Oyer, and thank you, members of the committee, for taking my testimony. My name is Katie Grudowski. I live at 224 River Avenue, apartment 2. I've had the privilege of working over the last 3 years as a law student with various housing programs on eviction defense. And in that time have spoken to just a very high number of tenants who have been denied housing, unable to find housing, or had housing delayed based on the presence of either an eviction record or a criminal record. And even in the absence of a formal record, been denied based on very minor contact with the criminal justice system. Studies have shown that over 90% of landlords screen their tenants, and a criminal record is the #1 thing that they look for. I'm also a landlord in Providence, and I can say that there is no conceivable reason why I would need to know or care about a tenant's sealed record, expunged record, vacated record, juvenile record, misdemeanor record, or a crime that's over 10 years old. There's a real consensus, I think, and a growing and, in some ways, I would say, overwhelming body of evidence as to the correlation between discrimination based on criminal records and race-based discrimination, to the point where HUD has on multiple occasions issued guidance to housing providers indicating that discrimination based on a criminal record may run afoul of the Fair Housing Act. And I want to say this, speaking as a landlord, landlords are not fragile. This law protects us, and there are many other laws that protect us against the potential for criminal activity in our buildings. What this law does is to say that in Rhode Island, we will no longer discriminate based on these very reasonable grounds. It does say that we will discriminate based on a record for murder, for robbery, for first and second degree sexual assault, for being on a list of registered sex offenders. For those people, it's okay to deny housing, and it's okay to discriminate. And I would say that that's a travesty for those people. And that's a choice that we make with this legislation. That said, this is it is a measured and well-crafted piece of legislation, and for the vast majority of people who pass through our criminal justice system, it is a desperately needed reprieve. And for their families, their children, who suffer the collateral consequences of loss of housing through no fault of their own, it is a lifeline. As a parent, as a landlord, I ask you to pass this important and very well-crafted piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? I don't see any. Thank you so much. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Brown on behalf of the ACLU of Rhode Island. Also to express our strong support for this legislation. I think you've heard some great testimony about why this bill is important. We've submitted written testimony as well in support of the bill. I will just note that we do offer in our written testimony 2 suggested amendments that we hope the committee will consider. One specifically that I'll just mention in passing has to do with the remedies that are available under this bill. They are much less than what's available in the statute right next to it, the Fair Housing Practices Act, which addresses other types of discrimination in housing, and we'd urge that the penalties and remedies for violations of this law mirror those that are in the Fair Housing Practices Act. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? All right. I don't see any. Thank you so much. That does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 135. I'd entertain a motion to hold, moved by Senator Takoyan, seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 135 is held. Next up, we have Senator Bell here in the room with us on Senate Bill 369. Senator Bell, welcome to the committee.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. What this legislation does is a very simple transparency bill. It requires the posting of municipal lawsuits online. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the sponsor? All right. I don't see any. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much.
We have a couple folks signed up to testify. Jeremy Costa, John Marion, Ian Ridlin. Mr. Costa, welcome back.
Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah, I'm also in support of S0369. And I don't see any support from others, and I was just wondering if you guys don't like the oversight or something. I think oversight is very important right now. I think there's been a lot of money thrown into government affairs. I think that there's a lot of litigation that's going on, but we don't know what's going on. The people are not aware of the lawsuits that the cities are dealing with. We can't get any templates or any previous, wrongdoings. Trying to go to the law library, trying to research, trying to find similar cases, can't find anything. It's like, it's horrible for research. It's horrible for, people that are looking to invest in a municipality, and then you find out that there's $20 million lawsuit hanging, or a $10 million lawsuit over here, or there's an opportunity for, investments, but, you're not sure what's going on with the police chief, or you're not sure what's going on. So, I just think transparency is so important. And, anything to do with transparency in regards to government oversight, I think is very important that we start bringing those types of bills, considering we have no Office of Inspector General, which I think that you guys should consider. But other than that, I support the bill. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right. I don't see any. Thank you. We'll just move down to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ian Ridlon, on behalf of the Rhode Island Interlocal Risk Management Trust. We're in opposition to this bill, not because we oppose transparency, but because, frankly, this bill is drafted, doesn't accomplish what it's intended to do, and the other piece of it is it's unnecessary, and it's also going to put municipalities and ultimately the taxpayers at a significant disadvantage when they're involved in litigation. First and foremost, relative to the information that's being sought, everything that is being sought here is available publicly. There are public. You can go onto the court's website. You can pull the docket on any of these cases. You can see any time a city or a town is named as a defendant in a matter. It's all publicly available. It's readily accessible to anybody. The other piece of this is that, if you look at some of the items that are being sought within this that are required to be disclosed by the cities and towns, most of them can't be disclosed during the course of litigation. You don't know, for example, what the compensatory damages are until the case is done. You don't know what the legal fees are. You don't know what the court costs are. So there's a couple of issues there. With respect to providing a reasonable summary of the substantive issues, there's nothing in there that indicates who's going to draft that, how much detail is required. And there's a reason, for example, that there's an exception to the Open Meetings Act that allows cities and towns or school districts to discuss litigation in closed session. It's so as not to disadvantage them in litigation. What this basically would do is this would take all of the discovery rules that might be available to a municipality or a school district and basically throw them out the window. If you have to disclose what some of your fees and costs are, that might mean that you have to, for example, disclose that you have retained an expert that you don't intend to use at trial. And if you aren't going to use that expert at trial, you don't have to disclose that. But now if I do, and I have to say, well, we retained this particular person for this purpose, and this is how much we spent, and you're in the middle of the litigation, that puts you at a significant disadvantage. So we're not opposed to transparency. What we would just like to do is make sure that however the transparency is going to happen, it doesn't disadvantage cities and towns, and it doesn't disadvantage taxpayers who are ultimately going to be left holding the bag if the municipality loses at trial because they've had to disclose information that they wouldn't have otherwise had to do under the rules of civil procedure. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you. John, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. I'm just here to express my organization's support. We also submitted some brief written comments. To the last witness's comments, we think the fact that most litigation is dealt with in an executive session is actually the reason why there should be a central place that outlines what litigation municipalities are engaged in, because it is hard to track litigation if you're just a taxpayer or resident of a municipality and you're searching through these agendas. There are legitimate concerns, as he stated, and I think this is the first year this legislation has been introduced, to the best of my knowledge, and hopefully the committee can work out some of those concerns so that transparency can prevail in the end. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator McKinney.
If I may, though, John, the executive session means little if the town is forced to disclose through a bill of this type, correct?
Yeah. I mean,
giving up information that could be critical in defending the town, right?
Yeah. Having spoken to the House sponsor of the bill, who I think has initiated this effort, the intention, as I understand it, isn't to, open the municipality to any potential problems in the litigation. The intention is just for the public in the municipality to be able to track easily what litigation that the municipality is engaged in. So obviously, right until the litigation has concluded, some of this information isn't even available. So obviously, that as written is not, can't be done. So, as I said, I would hope the committee can work out those sorts of problems so that at least the concept here can be effectuated.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the witness?
Thank you.
I don't see any. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Steve Brown. Steve, welcome back.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Brown on behalf of the ACLU of Rhode Island, also in strong support of this legislation. There are just a couple of points I want to make in response to the testimony you've heard. First, I see absolutely nothing in this bill that would interfere with a municipality or any agency's confidential information. The only thing that comes close is disclosing costs and expenses related to the legal action. And frankly, if money has been expended by a municipality in a court case, I think the public has a right to know what it has been expended on. Other than that, there's absolutely nothing requiring the disclosure of confidential information. And if somebody thinks there is, the language could certainly be amended if people are concerned about that, but I see nothing in the actual wording of this bill that would require disclosure of confidential information. The second point I want to make is that I believe this bill, in addition to providing useful transparency to the public, would be useful to municipalities as well. And I say that because of an issue we dealt with just a few years ago. We sought information about the legal costs that a school committee had expended in a case that we thought was a frivolous lawsuit. The school committee was not able to provide us this information. It's not that they didn't want to give it to us. They could not provide us this information because their solicitors didn't break down their bills by case. They broke it down by category, like labor relations, grievances, negotiations. Nobody could tell how much money they were spending on a suit that we thought was frivolous, and we thought the public should know what was being spent. So a bill like this would address that issue too, and we think that municipalities that presently are in the dark about how much they're spending on a particular case, it would help them to know this as well. So for those reasons, we strongly support the legislation and hope the committee will as well, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you. That does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 369. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 369 is held for further study. Next up, Senator Coleman does have two more pieces of legislation in front of us, and she has to attend to other meetings. So Senator Coleman, thank you. If you wanted to go ahead and introduce 806 and 809.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for accommodating me. 809 is also a bill that you have had before us before you in years past. I want to extend my thanks to the DOC, who I believe is here tonight on this. This bill codifies an existing pilot medication-assisted treatment program in the DOC. Medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder is our current standard of care. We are very fortunate to have this program operational here. What this bill does is write it into law. The DOC is under management right now that is obviously very supportive of this. Were that to ever not be the case, we would want to make sure that this is protected. It also enables us to seek funding for this program. So happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for the bill sponsor? All right, I don't see any.
Thank you. And Senate Bill 806 is a psilocybin bill. So the bill removes criminal penalties for under 1 ounce of psilocybin, which is a compound in a variety of mushrooms. The bill begins to create a process to allow treatment-resistant patients suffering from complicated PTSD, depression, and other mental health conditions to receive psilocybin treatment pending FDA approval. So psilocybin, for those of you who don't know, is a naturally occurring, non-toxic, non-addictive substance that exists most commonly in mushrooms. It's common in many indigenous cultures around the world. The therapeutic benefit, namely for people suffering from severe and treatment-resistant mental illness, has recently been more widely documented. An overwhelming amount of clinical studies and clinical trials have demonstrated statistically significant benefits of psilocybin use while also having fewer negative side effects than standard drugs. Just for example, in 2014, researchers at Johns Hopkins concluded that psilocybin treatment was helpful in helping long-term cigarette smokers who'd previously tried to quit and were unable to. In 2022, so just last year, the researchers also at Johns Hopkins conducted a follow-up study with patients who suffered from major depressive disorders. They found that one single use of psilocybin was effective as a treatment for up to a year. This is a really big windfall for our veterans and others who are suffering from PTSD. So we would not be the first to do this. In November 2020, Oregon became the first state to legalize psilocybin for therapeutic use and to decriminalize personal possession. Colorado has followed suit, and a number of municipalities around the country have also done so. Just last year, our neighbor in Connecticut approved a program for veterans, retired first responders, and direct healthcare workers to receive psilocybin-assisted therapy under supervision. And so this is an issue that is gaining steam. Happy to talk through the bill if it is the committee's pleasure.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the bill sponsor? All right, I don't see any. Thank you, Senator. Next, we will start with Senate Bill 806, which was just introduced. We have Jeremy Costa, and Hannah Stern provided written testimony only. Mr. Costa, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm going to be real short with this bill right here. Hello? Better? Yeah, I'm going to be real short with this bill. I kind of want to just tear it up, but I don't want to disrespect the work that this lady's done, because she's done some tremendous work on some other bills. So I won't rip it up. But rip it up. This bill is only for psilocybin. Like, are you kidding me? For mushrooms, there are people that are dealing with other drug illnesses, and we have no concerns for them. All of a sudden, we have all this concern, and I know that there's been, a treasure chest of money that came in from all these pharmaceutical companies. I know that there's plenty of allocation that's going to be going out to these nonprofits that are driving this legislation, but we are putting the money in the wrong treasure chest. These people that are looking to get allocation of funds for opiates and opiate disorders are creating a major problem. And we need to solve that here in legislation. We cannot allow access to those funds to these organizations. We cannot allow access for a specific group of people. This is supposed to be legislation that is not supposed to show partiality. 806 and 809 are... we're going to stay on 806 for a second. 806, it's just crazy. Not to say that it's not important, and not to say that this drug does not have some effects, but they should be able to do that through pharmaceutical and medical. You do not need, this is a no, if you can't make these rules on all substances, on all narcotics or all controlled substances, whatever you want to do, Schedule 1 through whatever, then you should not be able to pick and choose who you want to mitigate the circumstances for. It should not be that. And 809 as well. 809 says, and I'm gonna read to this line. It says, within 24 hours of an admission, each inmate shall be screened for an opiate use disorder. So you're gonna start screening people for opiate use disorder. Everybody that goes into prison and everybody that goes to jail is not an opiate user. They don't need to be screened for opiate use. We don't need to use, I understand that there's a bunch of federal funds for opiate overdoses, and the prisons and the Department of Corrections want to access that fund, and they need to use the federal, they need to go through the federal guidelines, and so they have to make sure it's a federally FDA approved medication to get access to the funds. Listen, stop medicating the inmates. Stop it. Number one, those people that are getting medicated, they're not part of prison industries. They're not going to be included in the prison industry business. They're not going to be included in any work release programs that could be, that could help reintegrate them back into society. It is not rehabilitative. These drugs are not rehabilitative. They're destroying. They're causing the need for psilocybin and all these other drugs. They're continuously forcing us to...
Please finish your final thoughts.
Anyways, I'm going to finish on some other bills. But that's all I wanted to say. This bill needs to be reviewed for further study. 806 needs to be torn up. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. That does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 806. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator LaMountain and Senator Lombardi. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 806 is held for further study. Mr. Costa, I know you touched on 809. Did you have anything?
No, that was 806 and 809.
Okay. All right. And then we also had Hannah Stern and Kate Grandowski, both signed up as written testimony only on Senate Bill 809. So that does conclude the witness list as well for Senate Bill 809, and entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 809 is held for further study. Next up, we're going to move back to Senator Quesada's bill, Senate Bill 374.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, member of the committee. This legislation is not new to anybody in this committee before. It's a bill that we presented before here. But one of the things, I know this legislation would abolish the penalty of life without parole and amend and repeal the life without parole. And one of the reasons I know not everybody would qualify for this legislation. I'm sure that some of you are saying not everybody in there should be out, and I agree with you, but that would do anybody who we get charged over age of 26 years old would not qualify for this. Anybody who committed a first-degree sexual assault, it would not qualify, or anybody who have sexual abuse for minor would not qualify for this legislation either. Then I just want to make sure, and we have so many inmates, they're sick, they're old, they've been there most of their life, and I think it's time that we look into this bill, because having people in jail forever is very, very expensive, and I don't think we need to keep them there after they get to some age or they have some diseases or they're sick. Then I think we need to look into this. And I know so many people are going to say, well, they killed one of my member family. Why these people deserve to be out? I had to say, my brother was killed in 2020 in Georgia. And if I believe that person who killed my brother should not be out today, I would not put in this legislation in. My brother was killed in front of his son, who was 27 years old at that time when that happened. Unfortunately, I'm not going to bring my brother back. And the kid, it was 3 young men who did this. They are in jail at this time. And to be honest, my mom, and my father, see, he will be alive. They do agree with me putting this legislation today in front of you. I think when you forget what other people do to you, it gives you the opportunity to move on in life. Because sometimes when you keep that inside and you hold that anger inside of you, will not help you. But when you let that go and understand that no matter what you do, my brother will not come back. And no matter what you do, your family member will not come back either. But I would say to you, I don't think everybody would qualify for this legislation, but I think the state need to look into it, because we're wasting so much money to having people in life for life that sometimes it's not even worth it. And we have so many people in Rhode Island who right now paying for this, and they are sick. Some of them even in wheelchair, they cannot walk. I don't think they will, if they let them out, they're going to be doing anything else to anybody else. They're not going to hurting anybody else. And I will answer any question you may have. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor?
Madam Chair, not for the bill sponsor, but I got a question. I'm looking at the bill, and it says this act would take effect upon passage and would be given prospective and retroactive effect. Is this constitutional that we can go back retroactively and reduce somebody's sentence if they received life sentence without parole? I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm not sure if any of my colleagues who are attorneys could probably maybe answer that question.
Senator Lombardi.
I think you can, Senator, because you're not imposing an additional burden on those folks. You're actually lessening the burden. So I don't think that there's a constitutional question that arises as a result of it.
And also, lastly, this bill, we do have life with parole, which has been increased to 25 years. Would this bill also have an effect on that statute, or is it just the statute of life without parole?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the bill sponsor? All right, I don't see any. We will move to public comment. First up, we have Alexandra Bailey. Welcome to the committee. Elizabeth Komar, Imam Abdul Latif Sakar. Welcome to the committee.
The Imam cannot join us this evening.
Okay, thank you. Maria Sanchez Collins. Welcome. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to see many people that I've had the pleasure of presenting this bill to before. My name is Alexandra Bailey. I'm the Senior Campaign Strategist at the Sentencing Project. And for the last 30 plus years, my organization has been at the vanguard of research around our nation's carceral issues. I work in all 50 states. I have the privilege of having a very wide purview of the damage that this type of law does. My organization and myself personally, we're in very strong support of Senate Bill 374 because life without the possibility of parole is a racist relic that should go the way of the death penalty and indentured servitude because it is as dangerous as those things. And I am not saying that from a cheap seat. I come from a family that's from Louisiana. My family has been through a death penalty trial. We have begged for a loved one's life, and we have served along with him for the last 20 plus years. He was a young person who did a bad and terrible thing, and we know the victim's family. We've apologized to them personally. And even they said that they don't think that young people should go away for the rest of their life. It is a living death penalty. And you would have to be on the phone with somebody who's living through it, who says you should have just let them inject me and kill me rather than put me through this. Years of terrible environment, years of no rehabilitative programming, because in Rhode Island, if you are serving a life without the possibility of parole, you are barred from almost all rehabilitative programming. As you grow sick, as you grow old, we have people who are dying as we speak, who serve no threat to public safety. We have people who made terrible mistakes as young people who are now truly reformed people. The Hope State should offer hope. And we are not saying that any one individual should receive this relief. It's quite possible that nobody who is currently serving will. But what we are saying is that this is a sentence that is arbitrary and no longer useful. And your state agrees with that in practice because it has not been using this sentence for, I believe, at least 6 years. And it's not because terrible things haven't happened in this state. And I'm a survivor of violent crime, I take nothing away, but because they understand that any state offering perfect punishment means that the state itself would have to be perfect in all of its judgments, which simply is not possible. I would like to end on the note that I've heard from many of the people who have survived these crimes in this state. I'm a 2-time survivor of violent crime. I take nothing away from that experience, and I understand what it is to want the person who has done something terrible to you punished. But as Senator Quezada said, who is a survivor herself, forgiveness and redemption are truly divine, and the state should allow for forgiveness because many of us, like 2 women sitting before you, have come to that conclusion.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Senator Raptakis.
So you said that this statute, currently life without parole, hasn't been used in the last 6 years, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So why would you repeal it then?
Well, this law would basically enact what the state is already doing in practice. If your state believes that using this law, understanding that it has been disproportionately used on Black and brown people, that it is in its enactment historically something that is fundamentally racist, it has moved away from that practice like any sensible jurisdiction would. So this law will basically put into practice what is already happening.
Thank you again. Any other questions for this witness?
One more question.
Senator
Mr.
Raptakis.
Chairman. So out of the 33 that are on the list right now, have you seen the names and the crimes that they've committed in the state of Rhode Island? The mutilation, we've got one individual that
Every
murdered
single
three-
offense.
That murdered 3 women. Let me finish. Let me finish. That murdered 3 individuals. We have another one that murdered this young lady right here. Didn't care. And you're telling me that we should consider repealing life without parole. And we got Hightower, he murdered a family of 3. We got Carpio, who murdered James Allen, a police officer in the Providence Police Station. Bishop, he got out after a murder, murdered again. So Rhode Island doesn't have the death penalty. We repealed the death penalty. Matter of fact, 23 states, 27 states do not have the death penalty.
Senator, I'm going to bother you to get to the question, please.
And
We've
they
got a
don't
long
have
night.
life without parole. So what do we tell the 33 families? Do we tell them that we're going to go forward and forget about their loved ones that have been murdered and they're not going to be with us anymore? Or should we ask the families individually whether we should allow these individuals to receive a reduced sentence?
Well, to be abundantly clear, we are not asking for a reduction in sentence. We are asking for people to be able to see the parole board after 25 years. Now, let's be very, very clear. We are not this is not a get out of jail free card, and that representation, quite frankly, is inaccurate. Nobody gets out if this bill gets passed. Absolutely nobody. They stay exactly where they are. In order for somebody to get out, they would have to go before the parole board, and the Victims' Bill of Rights is not impacted at all by this legislation. They would have their say. I have, like I said, I've survived 2 violent crimes. I take nothing away from survivors. Senator Quezada has a dead brother. She takes nothing away from survivors. She wouldn't be here saying that we're going to forget about these people. We're not trying to forget about them. We're not even saying that the people who are currently serving this should be free. We're saying that perhaps the state might want to take a look, because there's also innocence claims amongst this group. There are people who are sick and dying amongst this group. There are people who are truly reformed amongst this group. And as a matter of fact, there are people who have forgiveness amongst this group. And so we're not saying that anybody gets out. Not at all.
Again, thank you. Senator Lamountain. Senator Lamountain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The innocence claims are always going to be there, right? They have the ability to petition the court at any time if they have newly discovered evidence or want to make a post-conviction relief. But what are we supposed to tell the families? Jose Garcia, who, with his co-defendant, burnt down a house and killed 6 people in that family. What do we tell their family that you went to trial, the person that committed these horrendous crimes was found guilty by a jury of their peers, and then found to, on a separate hearing, found to warrant life without parole. Now we have to go back and talk to their family, well, the Attorney General's office does. What do we tell the family for Amy Schultel and Jason Bergeson, who were kidnapped and killed execution style at Buttholes Golf Course? What do we tell their family? What do we tell the family of Savannah Smith, an 8-year-old Woonsocket girl who was found dead in Cranston, had been sexually assaulted and strangled by a 21-year-old neighbor? And I'm looking throughout the list and list. This seems to me that the Attorney General's office uses this sparingly and takes great consideration into when to go forward with filing a life without parole. I'm looking here, there's heinous crimes. I think the Attorney General's office should be commended for exercising its discretion. But what do we tell the families of all these victims of horrible murders now that what happened before? We're going to vacate that and bring it back to the table for you. That's my question on the bill.
Well, nothing is getting vacated. But I mean, like I said, you're amongst a whole host of people behind me, some of whom are my friends. we've actually survived attempts on our lives. We've had our kids. I've hemorrhaged down a toilet after being beaten by a man. What I think is the state should not play God and tell every survivor what they think. Survivors can have their say. We're not vacating a sentence, and we're not saying that anybody should get out. And I suppose that it's really great to read the headlines because, yes, it is heinous, and yes, perhaps it is shocking. But what is also shocking is the fact that in a state that is almost 90% white, 50% of your LWAP population is black and brown people. Now, are they the only people that commit heinous crimes? Statistically, that seems completely unlikely. What we're talking about is, even if it's used sparingly, it is still wrong in its very existence.
Thank you again. Any questions for this witness? Thank you. There being none. And I just want to remind everybody on the committee and everybody out there that the time frame is a strict one because we have pages and pages of witnesses. Everybody wants an opportunity to speak. Senators want an opportunity to speak. But let's stick with the time frame. Otherwise, we'll see the sun set and we'll see the sun rise. And I have been a member of this committee when we have seen that happen. So let's try and stick to the time frame. Our next witness will use on my right, your left. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Out.
Okay, thank you. My name is Liz Komar. I'm Sentencing Reform Counsel at the Sentencing Project. I'm a former prosecutor and also worked as a prosecutorial policy advisor before this role. So I'm just going to respond directly to the conversation that was just happening. You know, I think often at the heart of justice are really tough conversations. And one helpful analogy here may be the end of the death penalty. Because when Rhode Island made that bold decision, or when many other states did, that meant difficult conversations had to occur with victims' families. But those were principled conversations because people decided that that was not something that the state could ethically stomach anymore. And it was something that if they were going to abolish prospectively, they needed to abolish retrospectively as well. And what we suggest is that life without parole is death by incarceration. Just as literal death is different, death by incarceration is different. I also offer the example of, I was recently in a room with a number of prosecutors in New York, which a few years ago passed a resentencing bill for survivors of domestic violence who were convicted of crimes. And there were many DAs who opposed that bill when it passed, eventually many that came to support it. And at the heart of our discussion was the challenges of talking to victims' families, many of whom had a tough time with the fact that ultimately the DAs came to understand that they wanted to consent to a lower sentence. But it became a tool in the prosecutor's toolbox to do justice. Having those conversations is always going to be incredibly difficult. Thankfully, here there's always the opportunity to talk about the parole board, the strength of it, the limitations that Senator Quezada has also suggested, which would cut down that list, and the Victims' Bill of Rights. But ultimately, ending life without parole is about death by incarceration as a matter of principle, and the fact that there's not a criminological justification for maintaining it as opposed to life with parole. And I think every time we do something because of principles, it sometimes means there are going to be tough parts along the way.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Senator Raptakis.
How many states abolished life without parole?
Rhode Island would become a national leader.
I didn't ask you about comment. I said, how many states have abolished life without parole?
I'm not aware of any.
None. One. Alaska.
That's right.
Do you know what the sentence is in Alaska? It's 20 to 99 years. And the ones that get 99 years is all the crimes that are on this list of all these individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Ma'am, to my left, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Well, This was really, really hard for me because I see some of the...
Ma'am, can I bother you to identify yourself first, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Maria Sanchez Collins, and I have a son who is currently serving a life without parole sentence. And I'm not saying he didn't do a horrific crime, but he was incarcerated very young. And right now he's served 22 years. I see the questions you guys are asking, and I understand from a parent, from a mother perspective, how I would feel, how I feel now as with my son being incarcerated, and how I feel when certain things happen. How do you justify asking the question, like, can people be forgiven? It's like you're saying that none of these guys or any of these crimes can never be forgiven because these families lost. We are all losing here. I've lost 22 years with my son. I've lost 22 years of seeing him raise his children. I've lost a lot as well. And I know the parents of these children who have died or who have gone, they feel the loss. We're feeling it as well. And I just think that sometimes people need to just open up their heart a little bit. That's what God does. They forgive. He forgives. People cannot be forgiven for what they do. They don't change. They can't change. I don't understand some of the stuff that is coming out of certain people's mouths here saying that, what do you tell the family? You tell the family the same thing. Can it be forgiven? Can you feel it in your heart to forgive? If not, then there's always going to be hatred. Always going to have this thing going over someone's head. I just feel as though people should have the chance. And given the chance is not something that you cannot do. It's like, give a chance. Just give them the chance to go up in front of somebody, and they probably be shot down anyway. Because of what you're feeling inside of you right now, it shows. You're showing it. You're showing that you would not even allow someone to come up in front of you on any one of those people in the paper. If they come in front of you, you're going to tell them, no, you're not granted parole. Why? Because you can't see it in your heart for forgiveness. That's wrong. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. The next group of witnesses we'll call up are Keith Nunes, Brashani Reese, and Stephen Parkhurst. Since I still espouse to the old rule that ladies first, we'll take you first.
Senator, that's very kind of you. So I'm on to speak or up to speak? Haha. Excellent. Okay. Good evening, esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Dr. Brashani Reese. I hold a doctorate in forensic psychology. I have studied violence, particularly homicide and risk of violence, for the last 10 years. I'm also a trained restorative justice facilitator. I could wear many hats in this testimony, but I really want to focus, given the questions that have been brought up, on the question of compassion, forgiveness, and survivors of violence. As a trained restorative justice facilitator, what we do is, in those spaces, we sit with people and help them take accountability for their crimes with the hopes that it will eventually lead to a dialogue with survivors of violence. The members of this committee will never see those conversations because those survivors keep their feelings and their compassion and forgiveness to themselves. They don't feel compelled to come and speak publicly about those things. So I just want the committee to know that there are survivors of violence who feel differently than the idea that death by incarceration is justice. I would like to finish my testimony with a statement of accountability written by one of the men who served life without parole, who is currently serving life without parole. This is a statement of accountability written by Stephen, who is serving life without parole. He is 43 years old, and he has been incarcerated for more than 22 years. Far too long, I have shied behind the curtain of shame and regret, seeking false comfort in denial and deception. In the many years since I had murdered Mike and Raphael, I have been haunted by the reality that I cowardly betrayed my two friends while trying to impress others. But today, I stand here ready, yet ashamed, to admit that I murdered those two poor men, and I devastated their families. I am sickened to know that I was capable of such horror, and I regret what I have done, though I know that regret will not bring them back or erase the past. Because of me, those two young men are gone forever. Because of me, they are dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I murdered them. I robbed them of the chance to live, the chance to grow and explore their potential. I robbed them of the ability to see the world and start a family. I robbed them of everything. I'm sorry that their mothers, fathers, and stepfather can never again embrace them. Loving parents, parents who now have to grow old without their sons, with their memories being that the last stages of their fragile adolescence, they never got to say goodbye. Parents who, because of me, must endure the agony of knowing that their sons' last moments were not moments of peace, but moments of horror and dread and violence. I'm sorry. In no way do I justify, glorify, or condone my horrible actions. I take full responsibility for what I have done, and I have now made it my purpose to share this story with others, that it may deter another person from making the same destructive choices that I had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for your time. Yep, welcome to the committee.
How you doing? Hello. Is the mic on?
Yeah, you just want to kind of pull it a little closer to yourself.
Okay.
There you go.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Keith Nunes. I'm a 42-year-old man, and I'm from Providence. When I was 18 years old, I was in a nightclub in Providence, intoxicated. I got into an altercation outside of the nightclub, and I took the life of a man called Mr. Mark Pierce. When I look back on it in retrospect, it's something that was completely unnecessary. There's no way that that minor altercation had to lead to what it led to, and it was my fault. I was tried and found guilty. I was given a life sentence with parole, plus 10 years, and I served 23 years on that sentence. A year to the day, actually. I came home last year on June 2nd, and since I've been home, the ride that I've been on has been amazing. I'm a pathway coordinator at a nonprofit organization that helps incarcerated and formerly incarcerated individuals obtain post-secondary education. I've been on PBS specials talking about prison education, Boston Globe podcasts. I've given speeches and presentations in Gillette Stadium. I've met everybody from mayors to college presidents to everyone in between. And I say all of that in no way to try to brag or boast about what I've accomplished. I say that for one reason, because redemption is possible. Redemption is possible, and my life is proof of that. But I'm here because it's not just me. It's a host of other men that I've seen and that I've met and that I've been incarcerated with that are doing the same type of work. And there's an added principle that I wanted to mention tonight, which is that besides the statistics backing up the fact that the people with the more serious sentences are in the group that are the least likely to come back to prison or to reoffend, I've realized this in the year that I've been home. The individuals that are in prison for the more serious acts, the more serious crimes, we've done more introspection. We've done more work on ourselves. And if we get the second chance, we work harder to prove that we're worthy of it. That's a fact. That's what I've seen in my own life, and that's what I've seen in the life of more than a handful of men that I've seen come home with life sentences. You're going to hear from Steve Parkhurst in a minute and hear all the wonderful things he's doing. And again, it's not to brag, but it's because we both know that we have a lot to make up for. We know that in our heart, and the rest of our life is going to be dedicated to it. There's no doubt in my mind. I could mention a host of other men that aren't here. Marcelino Gomez, Jose Tapia, these are guys that came home, and when they came home, the two guys I mentioned, they're barbers. You know, that's a noble profession. It's something that might not be esteemed by most, but it's noble. But these men didn't just come home and get a job as barbers. These men have opened their own businesses. Marcelino is in the process of getting the license to instruct, and not only to instruct other barbers, but to start a nonprofit instructing other at-risk youth. Redemption is not only possible, but the guys like us that it happens for, great things happen. Honestly, that's been my humble experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for this witness? right, thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Stephen Parkhurst. I'm the program coordinator at Freedom Reads out of Hamden, Connecticut. We travel the country and we go inside of prisons and we deliver micro libraries into housing units. 500-book micro libraries curated by the CEO of this organization, who's also formerly incarcerated. I went inside 2 prisons last week in Virginia, and I spoke to guys in there of the value of reading and of books and the hard work on the inside. I'm also on the legislative policy team at Voice of the Experience in New Orleans. I'm 6 months out of prison. I served 30 years. 30 years at the ACI. I grew up there. I don't think anybody will tell you that prison is the house that I grew up in like I will. I walk to these prisons every time, every week with my job, and I see my childhood home. I also got 2 college degrees on the inside. I learned how to paint on the inside. I learned how to train dogs on the inside. And these opportunities that Keith talks about is because we worked every single step of the way. And granted, in the beginning, it wasn't that. There was a lot to figure out. And when you say, what do you say to people? I say what I say, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Senator. That's what I say. That's what I say to them, is I'm sorry. In 1994, I was sentenced in front of John Bossier. I was the first trial in this state's gun court. Maximum John, they called him. I was 19 when I was sentenced to life plus 45 years plus 9 years. I was on that list that you guys have. I was on the list of this guy's never going home. And when I finally did get that chance to sit in front of the parole board, I asked them, please just look at me. Just look at me, look at my track record, look at the things that I've done. Judge me for what I've done, not for what everybody else at the ACI has done, not for the latest news that's come out, but judge me for me. I work hard. I work hard for that chance. And believe me, I wouldn't be getting these chances 6 months out of prison to do the work that I'm doing if I didn't start a long time ago. And I can tell you that there's guys in there that I grew up with from a kid that came in a month after me, that walked that same yard with me, that read the same books with me, that took the same programs with me, that got the same education as me, and I got out. And they're still on the inside. And that's the house I grew up in. So that's the family that I had for 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions for this witness? Senator
Real quickly.
Raptakis.
So this list right here is individuals that are given a sentence, life without parole. You got a sentence, a numerical sentence? Because it wasn't life with parole. That was 15, and then it was increased to 20, and then 25. So did you get 2 life sentences with parole, or did you get a numeric sentence and you were paroled after you served the 1/3 or the amount of time with good behavior?
Yes, sir.
Because this list is life without parole.
I understand your question.
So which sentence did you receive?
My sentence was a de facto life without parole.
Was what?
It was a de facto life without parole. It was an insurmountable sentence. It was a
So-
sentence that when I went in front of the parole board, they gave me the longest reconsideration date in the history of Rhode Island.
So you received a numeric sentence then, correct? Had to be
Yes, sir.
numeric. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the witness? Senator Quesada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a comment. I had a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, who was in jail for 23 years. And listen to your story. Really remind me him. After he got out, he been out now for, it says, more than 10 years. And he been going to every school. He go to and talk to children or to youth to prevent them to do the same mistake that he made in his life at a very young age. And I think what you're doing, both of you, I really said a lot. And I believe we go to church every day and we pray to God to forgive us, but we don't want it to forget anybody.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time. Next up, we have Maureen Moraney, Will Ellis, Brian Weidenhouse.
Madam Chair, may I grab Will if he is on?
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. You want me to go ahead?
Yep, if you want to go ahead, just introduce yourself. Yep, go ahead. Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. The button needs to be up when you speak. I think that did it.
Right.
There
Okay,
you go.
thank you.
Thank you.
Again, members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Brian Weidenhouse, and I once had a life without parole sentence. The very same sentence that this bill considers. When I was young, I committed a violent, terrible crime. Probably bad enough to get on the list that you have. And although I'm here to talk about the power of redemption, the capacity for change, and how this bill could have some positive outcomes, I will never try to diminish the fact that I caused grave harm and severe consequences. I took the life of a human being. I deeply hurt my family, the victim's family, the community. And I know that you all believe this or see it quite often, but I'm here to tell you that I'm deeply sorry. And I'm not alone. There's a lot of people in the system who are truly remorseful and sorry. And I know that a lot of these crimes that you see on paper today enrage you so much that you feel like this person is irredeemable, that he did something so terrible that he should never be released. And that may be true. But why not give him just the chance to prove you wrong? Because 20, 25 years, 30 years is a very long time. And people can and do change. And sometimes we, people who do the punishing, can also change. Victims have grown to come to forgive. I'm here before you today because my state passed legislation that's very similar to what you're considering. I served 31 years. And I wasn't just released. I went through a careful review process before a parole board who reviewed my record extensively, took diligent consideration if I was a public threat in any kind of way. And they granted me parole. I've been out 2.5 years now. And I'd like, if you would, to note this, that my state is a tough on crime state. So much so that for decades, they had the highest incarceration rate in the world. But they took a moment and they said, let's just have a courage just to review if these harsh, extreme sentences still have merit 25, 30 years, 40 years later. They released me. And they released hundreds of others. And across the nation, there are thousands who have been released under similar legislation as this. So it's possible. And I know that you may be skeptical today, but there's very little harm in just doing the careful review. Can I close on this one?
Yeah, you can finish your final sentence.
There's a similar bill in another state that had skeptical members. They went to the prison and they asked the wardens and they talked to the inmates and they made an informed decision based on that, and they came back very moved and changed in their view. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions
Madam
for this
Chair, just
witness?
quick.
Senator Ratajkowski.
What state?
I was
did you serve?
incarcerated in Louisiana.
Louisiana. And did you receive a life sentence with parole?
No,
And you
no,
were
sir.
paroled?
Life without parole.
So you got a sentence life without parole?
Correct.
Okay. Can you share with us? I mean, you can send it to us or email it to us, your case, if you could.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions for this witness? All right, thank you. Welcome to the committee. We'll just go to the next on the table.
Good evening, Senate Committee. My name is Maureen Morancy, and I'm here on behalf of my son, Stephen, who has been incarcerated for about 22 years. Okay, what I would like to say is a couple of things. Since he has been in prison, my son has been incarcerated for 22 years and has taken accountability for his actions and has reformed himself. Over the years, he has become a respectable motivational mentor, helping many inmates. He was lucky enough while he was incarcerated in 2016, he went to Boston University and graduated summa cum laude with a GPA of 3.86, bachelor's degree in liberal studies. My son enjoys public speaking, and I was able to experience this at his graduation ceremony, and he expressed how he wanted to make me proud, which I was very proud. Recently, I'd like to add, March 15, 2013, he is now officially a published writer through the Prison Journalism Project. I want to let you know, you have heard his testimony from Dr. Brashani Reese. I am proud of the man he has become today. He's loving, compassionate individual. And I do wish someday he would be able to have his case heard and let people know that he has changed and have a chance to come to the parole board to be heard. And I just want to thank you for being here for us tonight. And this is what I must say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Is this on?
The button has to be up.
Hello?
There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is William Ellis, and I'm reading a letter for a parolee. His name is also William. This is a statement of accountability written by William, who is serving a life without parole. He is 47 years old and has been in prison for 29 years. 1 second. 29 years ago, I made the worst decision of my life. I selfishly and senselessly murdered Mr. Sylvester Garner. I have had nearly 30 years to reflect on the severity of what I have done and to come to terms with the amount of pain that I have caused. In one regretful decision, I took an innocent man's precious life and destroyed the lives of countless others. I understand that my actions have affected so many people and continue to cause more suffering than I will ever fully realize. I sincerely apologize to Mr. Gardner's family, to my own family, and to my impacted community. With every breath that I take, I feel deep regret and shame for causing you endless pain. During my sentence, I faced many angry and hurt people. I am ashamed to know that I am the source of their pain. That's deep. In that dreadful space, I witnessed the immense love that so many people had and have for Mr. Garner, as well as the immeasurable grief and sadness that my actions had forced over their hearts and over their lives. I've carried their testimonies as part of my burden for nearly 3 full decades. That's like 30 years. I was 18 years old when I murdered Mr. Garner. Today, I am 50 with nothing to show for my life but endless heartache and no practical way to ever make amends. I feel like I've been frozen in time, unable to move forward or backwards. But at the end of the day, my family can see me. So I recognize that I have selfishly stolen the options from the family of Mr. Gardner, and I can never give that back. As much as I regret that I have done and what I have done, I am fully accountable for my actions. Only God knows what I deserve. Please accept this letter as my sincere apology to Mr. Gardner's family, to my own family, and to the general public. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions for this witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Frank Collins, Kevin Montero, Jackie Walker.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Collins and Mr. Montero are not with us currently, so feel free to move on to the next two people.
Okay. We have Jessica Eagles and Andrew De La Vega. Welcome to the committee. You can go ahead.
Is it working? Okay, good. Good evening. My name is Jessica Eagles, and I would like to continue the process of humanizing the individuals that we are talking about this evening. And I would like to read a statement of accountability. On February 26, 1993, I made a senseless decision that I have deeply regretted for 30 years. I set a fire that ultimately caused the deaths of 6 innocent members of the Chang family. It is painful to know that 2 loving parents and 4 precious children died because of my reckless actions. I feel overwhelming shame and sadness for my destructive behavior. I have carried the burden of guilt in every breath that I have taken since, and the depth of my sorrow is beyond human expression. One of their relatives, Mr. Ivan Vladimir Ponce, miraculously survived the fire, albeit with serious traumatic and life-changing injuries. Being responsible for this horrible tragedy is the most heartbreaking, painful, and regretful decision that I live with every day of my life. I realize that my actions have greatly affected and outright destroyed many people's lives. There is no possible way to ever measure the impact of the loss of an entire family. I've taken everything from them. Everything that ever was and everything that ever will be. No future, no tomorrow, nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Ponce, for turning your life upside down. I had no right to harm your family. I will never be able to fully comprehend your pain nor fathom your loss. I am fully aware that no amount of apologies will ever relieve the overwhelming pain, suffering, and loss that I have caused you. I truly wish that I could go back in time and take back what I had done. It has certainly taken time, 30 years, for me to find this space to express my sincerest apology, and for all who deserve it to finally hear these words from the person responsible for all of your pain. So to the Chang family, the Ponce family, their loved ones, my family, my community, and to everyone I have ever hurt, from the bottom of my heart and from the depths of my soul, I am very truly sorry.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you. Welcome to the committee. We'll go to my right.
Good evening. I stand here before you today. You spoke about forgiveness, and this picture right here, if you can see it very well, sir, is me with my mother when I was 4 years old. The only picture I have of my mother. She was murdered, and was I able to forgive after 30-something years? Yes, that individual walks free today. And the reason why is because I myself, at the age of 18, was sentenced to 40 years with 20 to serve for killing someone. Was it something that I intended to do? No, not at all. It happened because of the choices I made, the place I grew up, the things that I went through in my life. To talk about these individuals and ask and wonder if they have forgiveness, you would literally need to speak with those individuals face to face to see where they stand today. Not when they were sentenced, not when they committed their crime, because if you would have spoken to me when I committed my crime to the person you're speaking to now, completely different person. I've been home going on 8 years. And in 8 years, I've been able to buy a house. I've been able to buy a car. I'm married. I have kids. I work. I am a foreman for my company. I tend to open my own company. And I would not have been able to accomplish any of this if I did not get a second opportunity. The whole reason for today is to speak about second opportunities. And once again, my second chance was standing in front of a parole board that looked at me and told me that I wasn't going to succeed in life. But 8 years, and I'm still standing on the outside. I think I've been able to accomplish it so far. I received a letter directly from the director of the parole board congratulating me on my accomplishments. So second chances, I'm just saying, it goes a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for this witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the committee. Yep, you can just push the button and make sure that it's up. Sometimes they get stuck.
Hi, my name is Jackie.
If you want to pull the mic a little bit closer to you as well.
Right there?
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
My name is Jackie. My brother is serving a life sentence without eligibility of parole. He has been there for 27 years, and he's 64 years old. He is incarcerated because he murdered my sister-in-law. It's been very hard. Her and I were extremely close. We grew up together, and I loved her, and she loved me. It's been very hard. A lot of times I think about her. She loved me enough to let me be a godmother to 2 of her children. For years, I did not speak to my brother for what he did to her and how he hurt her children, their children. It's been a long time. I just wish that he had a possibility to be able to just talk to the parole board. If he would have asked me this years ago, I would have said absolutely not. Don't even give him a chance. He's hurt so many people. But now I know how he is. He's very sorry for what he's done. It's been hard to accept what has been done. Forgiveness didn't really start until he said to me how sorry he was for taking her from me. That really impacted my journey on forgiveness for him. He's getting older, and so am I. My health isn't well. I would just like the opportunity to know that there is a chance that he may be able to be not released, but just to have the ability to ask or talk to the parole board. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the
quick
witness?
question.
Senator Aptakis.
Was this in Rhode Island? This
Yes.
crime? What was
Yes,
your brother's
sir.
last name?
McManus.
McManus. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the witness? All right, thank you all. Next up, we have Hannah Stern, submitted written testimony only. Leonard Jefferson, Thomas Harvey.
And Madam Chair, you can skip right to the end with Ms. McGee.
Okay, and Haley.
I apologize. The others are not here.
Okay, and Mike DeLauro. Oh, Mike is not speaking, but he's here. All right, thank you. We'll start on my right. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Leonard Jefferson. I'm going to read a statement from Joe, who is serving life without parole. He is 64 years old and has been in prison for 27 years. My name is Joe, I have been incarcerated for 27 years for a murder I committed in 1996. This was my first run-in with the legal system and my last. My one selfish act completely destroyed my family, my community, and so many others. To this day, I am still learning of the devastation. I was once a person who could fix or repair anything, yet this time I had done something that I could never be repaired. I am sorry for murdering Kelly. I met Kelly in October of 1976. She was beautiful, smart, kind, and the nicest person that I ever met. She was a loving mother, a loyal daughter, and a very hard worker. The entire community mourned her loss. Everyone was devastated. Her family was destroyed and will never get over what happened. To this very day, the magnitude of my actions are still being felt. She had so many years ahead of her. She missed her children graduating high school and college. She missed their weddings and their grandchildren's. It's unimaginable knowing that I am responsible for all of that. Writing about this is very difficult. Living with what I've done, impossible. I know there are no words that can make it better, but I am deeply sorry for what I've done. When I first came to prison, I refused to allow myself to laugh. I didn't care how funny something was. I didn't deserve to laugh. The person I killed can't laugh. No one affected by what I have done can laugh. Serving a sentence of life without parole is a very hopeless situation. I believe the words, "I'm sorry" or "I have remorse" are meaningless. Those are things you have to show, not say. Every day I try to show it. If I were ever given a second chance, I would never again take life for granted. I would apply all that I've learned to prevent another person from making the same mistake. I would counsel young people who are adversely impacted by the foster care system like I was. And I will continue to demonstrate my remorse to all I have offered to this world in kindness and helping others. But most importantly, I will never minimize the value of the precious life I have stolen. And that is a burden I will never, that is a burden I will forever regret. I am sorry.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairwoman Oyer and honorable members of the committee. My name is Haley McKee. I am the lobbyist on behalf of the Sentencing Project here tonight in strong support of Bill 374. I'm going to keep this really short because I know there's a long calendar tonight and I pester you on a daily basis anyway. I've heard a lot of the testimony tonight, and I think that there's a couple of themes that I can relate to as a person who's also responsible for taking another person's life and has since re-entered the community. I can certainly relate with a lot of people who have testified. I see it in my friends. I think that what drives us to, do peer work, engage in community food and clothing drives, volunteerism, kind of just go a little bit above and beyond our communities oftentimes, because I do see this in my friends, is that we can't fix what we've done behind the walls. It's when we re-enter the communities is when we really have a chance to, you can never quite undo what we've done. But we can try to make this world a better place when we enter. It's in the real world that we have the chance to do that. We get letters from people who are serving the sentence in Rhode Island. And one letter in particular was striking. It was from an individual who's sentenced to life without parole in Rhode Island, who has been in prison for a quarter of a century and is illiterate. So another thing I don't think was mentioned in this committee this evening as of yet was that when you're sentenced to this in Rhode Island, and there was one exception that was talked about earlier from a person who's sentenced to Rhode Island and is currently incarcerated in Massachusetts and was able to access college. In Rhode Island, that is not the case. When you are on that list of life without parole, you have no access to rehabilitative services, education, or things to keep you busy during that time, which is a shame, because I'm a firm believer that our systems should be better than people in their worst moment. Also, another element of concern for people who are sentenced to this charge is medical discharge, parole, or I know that they're seeking to add something in the governor's budget for community confinement for people who are sentenced to life without parole, who have acute medical needs. We have one individual who has been at Eleanor Slater Hospital, and to my knowledge is paralyzed, and has been at that hospital for some time now. We're talking maybe a couple of years, with armed guards outside of their door. And I know that there's been several attempts to move this person, and the answer is this person can't go anywhere. So the state is incurring that cost for what is really needlessly. So we're starting to see an aging population of people with this sentence that are going to be there in perpetuity. So I'm going to leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I do appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for this witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much. That does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 374. I will entertain a motion to hold by Senator Raptakis, seconded by Senator Tokoyan. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 374 is held. Next up, we're going to take Senator Loria's bill, Senate Bill 738. Senator Loria, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the committee. I'm testifying on Bill 738. This bill was put in at the request of the Attorney General's office. It sets the schedule of 1 through 5 of the Uniform Controlled Substances Act. These designations are important as they very specific regulations and safeguards for prescribing providers come on what schedule a drug is placed in. This bill adds 5 new drugs: etazolizum, furosemide, tramadol, zolpidem, and xylazine. Again, you've also received a letter from the Department of Health that they also are positive on this bill. I'm open for any questions. Sorry, late day.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? All right, seeing none, we have Allison Fonseca from the Attorney General's office. Welcome. And then Lenny Lopes submitted a letter. You're welcome to come up and testify. Yep. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, members of the committee. I know it's a long night, so I'll try and keep it brief. This is a very simple bill. It simply seeks to provide more adequate notice to the members of the public about what drugs or certain substances have already been scheduled by the Department of Health. So to be clear, these have been scheduled by the Department of Health, and we're seeking to codify them into the statute that's contained in the general laws. By law, the Department of Health has the authority to control substances that are deemed to have potential for abuse. By law, Section 2128.2.01 authorizes the director to, by motion or petition, add, schedule, delete, or amend a substance as controlled. The substances that are scheduled and codified into law are enumerated in the same section in 2.08. However, many of the drugs that have been scheduled have not been codified into that subsection. They're not always codified right away. Many of the substances that have been scheduled were contained in notices that were provided to the Secretary of State's office, and they were provided by the director. They contain information about what the substance is and where it belongs in the statute. These notices are not readily available to the public, and they can be destroyed, so the purpose of this bill is, again, to provide more notice. What this bill does is it amends the statute to include 7 new drugs, which are the drugs that we most often see in our office, and it also provides reference on page 1, lines 4 through 7, which provides more adequate notice that the list contained is not exhaustive. And the 7 drugs are, like I said, most frequently seen in our office. 4 of the drugs are also on the federal schedule, so they're simply aligning Rhode Island with the federal statutes. And xylazine and tramadol are 2 that are in particular popular in the news, unfortunately, as having been associated with other trends of fatal overdoses relating to fentanyl and heroin. With the exception of xylazine, all of the drugs that we are amending have been added were scheduled in 2017 and 18, so it's been quite a while, and they still have not been added to the statute. So simply put, again, this is a matter of transparency and fairness. To be clear, for these drugs, the Department of Health does have an avenue for other individuals or organizations that are seeking to manufacture or disperse or prescribe the drugs that are in the schedule through the statute already. So there is that avenue for the use, particularly xylazine is used by veterinarians. So just want to make that clear as well. It's not seeking to do anything new. It's already been scheduled, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? I don't see any. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman. You are Leonard Lopes on behalf of the Rhode Island Veterinary Medical Association. And we come out respectfully opposed to the bill, but I want to say to this committee briefly that had a great discussion with the Department of Attorney General. Those who don't know me, I used to be the chief of staff there, and I also did what this fine woman is doing today, advocating on behalf of the citizenry when it comes to some substances and trying to deal with them. So we don't take these issues lightly. However, as stated previously, veterinarians use this particular non-toxic FDA-approved drug, and what we're concerned about are access issues. It's an important drug that the veterinarians use that sedates and relaxes the large animals, so protects the animal and the veterinarian when they're providing their services. But what I also discussed with the Attorney General is that there's a federal bill making its way through the process, and the hope is that the bill make it through. So I was trying to seek a sort of a one-year reprieve to see if we can get that matter through. But like I said earlier, we had a great conversation, and myself, the AG's office, and Department of Health, we're going to see what we could possibly work on, because my clients are very concerned about access to this important medical drug that they use, because there's only a couple of manufacturers, I believe, that produce it. And as we continue to do patchwork of states passing laws, the concern is going to be whether or not the administrative cost and burden is worth it to these manufacturers. So with that, we respectfully oppose the legislation, understanding full well what the Attorney General is seeking to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much. That does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 738. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Takoyan, seconded by Senator Lamount. And all those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 738 is held for further study. Next up, we'll go to Senator Quesada's bill, Senate Bill 628. Senator Quesada.
Oh, thank you. This wasn't working properly. Thank you, Madam Chair. This legislation, I really had to start saying thank you to the General Assembly, because in 2020, when we do the census, some of this legislation was fixed at that time. But we bring in this again because I think it's important that when anybody is in custody, any government custody, such a correctional facility or immigration detention center, it's very important that the resident, where they coming from, is used again, and that they can be getting that information and sending that information to the Secretary of State office, and it's important to be used. And many before we listened that they didn't have identification, that most of the people who were getting inmate didn't have no identification, that they didn't know where they're coming from. But we find out that that's not true. They do have the data saying where that individual is coming from. And we just want this individual to be connected back to the community where when they get out, they got to come back to the same community. And that can be used for many purposes. In case of the census, that was something that was used at that time. And, we want the Secretary of State office to make an annual report and to see how many fire they get from any of the correctional or maybe any of the immigration detention center. Thank you. With that, I would answer any question you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? All right, I don't see any. So for public testimony on Senate Bill 628, we have Jeremy Costa, John Marion, and Stephen Brown. Welcome back to the committee, Mr. Costa.
Yes, again. Again, my name is Jeremy Costa, and I am in strong support of this bill. I almost kind of think that it's already codified within the voter right registration or voter right act that was passed in 2016. I don't know if we read it in its entirety, but I think in Section 2, it actually states that that includes incarcerated individuals. So maybe you guys can review that. But I wanted to give you a little bit of history because I told you I was going to do my homework on a lot of these bills and be more prepared. So I want to give you a clear understanding that the reason why that this is not a main concern, and it hasn't been a main concern of the United States, states, and has only been a concern for, mostly New England states, to be honest with you, Maine, Vermont, Connecticut, also Hawaii, Alabama, Alaska have it, not Alabama, but the reason why this is a major concern is because when you take the voice and the vote away from the general public, when you allow the, if you want to say, the facility to take the voice away from that individual, they no longer have any right. And most of the people that are incarcerated at the ACI, specifically in our state, they're not even convicted of a felon. I think that inside this bill, I think that there should be some literacy, educational, civic engagement. If this Secretary of State is going to get involved in any way, I think they should be mandated to educate and make sure that these people are competent and that they're aware. And I think that we should be educating them throughout the year, even through volunteers. I know that there's a gentleman in the NAACP that works at high security that is trying to, get this going for people that have been previously convicted of a felon. But this bill, in its presence, I think that it's a pretty good bill. I didn't see many reasons why it needs to be amended. I think that the reason that you guys are pushing this is because we have lost 49% of the voter public. That means people aren't voting anymore. So we need to bring a new pool, a new window of people to vote. So I think this would be a good idea to add them to your, add them to the list.
Please finish your final thoughts.
Yeah. And gerrymandering, bottom line is gerrymandering is a attack on our democracy. Prison gerrymandering is an attack on our democracy, and it is not. It's not safe for, our representative democracy. Bottom line. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Costa?
No.
All right, I don't see any. Thank you. John,
Sorry, Madam Chair, may I be considered affirmative any votes that I may have missed?
Hearing no objections, thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator LaMountain, same request? Thank you. John, welcome.
Great. Thank you once again, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. I'm here on behalf of Common Cause Rhode Island to express our strong support for ending the practice of prison gerrymandering. Just for those who are unfamiliar with this, because you're new to the committee, that's the practice of counting persons who are incarcerated at the ACI for purposes of redistricting. We believe now is the time for the General Assembly to take this bill up while the recent redistricting is fresh in our memories. Prison gerrymandering distorts representation in our legislature by disproportionately affecting communities of color because of mass incarceration. As you heard from the sponsor, during the last redistricting cycle, Rhode Island did try to solve this problem, but it chose to reassign only those serving short sentences and those who were serving no sentences. And it also did not reassign those for whom it did not have addresses, or the ACI said they didn't have addresses. The result was only 41% of the population at the ACI on Census Day in April of 2020 were actually reassigned before the redistricting occurred. We don't think, obviously, 41% is doing good enough. So now we think if the General Assembly passes this now in 2023, it'll give all the stakeholders time, including the Department of Corrections, to make sure it collects the correct data so that when 2030 rolls around in 2031, the redistricting occurs, they have the correct data, and that we go from 41% to 100%, which is what we've seen in other states that have enacted this reform. So we urge the Senate to take this up again, as you have in the past, as it's passed the Senate multiple times. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions for the witness? All right.
Thanks. I will add, I'm signed up just in support of 2 other things, but don't need to testify.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, welcome.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Brown on behalf of the ACLU of Rhode Island, also here to express our strong support for this legislation. As Mr. Marion indicated, some history is useful. This is a bill that this committee and the Senate has passed on a number of occasions. We hope that you will do it again this year. We think the time, as Mr. Marion said, is ripe. You also have the history of last year's redistricting. You know, some of the arguments that have been given in the past, there were concerns about how this might affect funding at the state or federal level. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. And the fact that the legislature was able to deal with it last year and help 41% of the incarcerated population be placed in the right district, I think, is an indication that the sky will not fall by going all the way and doing what more than a dozen states have now done, and literally hundreds of municipalities across the country have also done, to erase the real problems that do arise from prison gerrymandering. So we hope this will have the support of the committee, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All right. I don't see any. Thank you so much. That does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 628. I'd entertain a motion to hold, made by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator LaMountain and Senator Tokoyan. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 628 is held for further study. I know that Senator Mack is on her way to introduce her bills. So if we could just give her a minute. I know that she was in the other room.
Chair Oyer.
Yes.
Did Senator McKinney want it to be ruled in affirmative?
Oh, Senator McKinney, would you like to be recorded in the affirmative on any votes you missed? Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. While we are waiting for Senator Mack, because we have a long agenda. Oh, here she is. We almost moved on, Senator. Welcome to the committee. I know you have a number of bills in front of us this evening. So we're going to try to group them together in a way that makes sense for the public testimony.
Okay.
And so I think let's start with 1013, the Crown Act.
Okay, I won't take too much time explaining the Crown Act, but quite simply, it would establish hair type and texture as a protected class, especially for students and other folks in the workplace. Similar to my hair right now, I'm wearing a protective style known as locks. Many folks have faced discrimination or have been told to cut their hair, change their hair in a school setting or in a workplace. The majority of Black women in the workplace face discrimination when it comes to hair type and texture or wearing a protective style. This would change that in Rhode Island. There have been several cities, including Cranston and Providence, that have passed resolutions. I believe this is the 3rd year that we have heard this bill.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the sponsor? All right, I don't see any. We do have 2 people signed up to testify. If you're all right with us taking that testimony before you move on to your others?
Yes.
All right. Jeremy Costa?
I'm just in favor.
You're in support? Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Costa. And then we have Hannah Stern. Yes. Welcome to the committee, Hannah.
Thank you. I didn't expect to come up so fast. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for your time this evening. My name is Hannah Stern, testifying on behalf of the ACLU of Rhode Island in very strong support of this legislation. Discrimination on the basis of hair texture is really nothing but racial discrimination. The inclusion of the specific statutory protections that this bill would provide against this type of discrimination really is critical to ensure that BIPOC individuals are clearly and legally safeguarded in workplaces and in schools. And importantly, this bill would just explicitly ensure that biases posited around standards of appearance are not tolerated in Rhode Island. This is legislation which has been passed in many states. We think Rhode Island should similarly pass this extremely important bill as well this year, and we strongly urge passage. Thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. That does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 1013. I'd entertain a motion to hold, moved by Senator Lamount and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1013 is held for further study. Next, Senator Mack, let's move to Senate Bill 892.
Okay. Senate Bill 892, the goal of this bill is to allow people who are sex workers or sex trafficking survivors and victims freedom from fear if they are a witness to a crime. No one should have the fear of reporting a crime simply because of their job, how they get their money, or their source of income. This is a piece of legislation to make sure that access to safety and reporting a crime is afforded to all Rhode Islanders.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. And before we move to public testimony, if you wanted to also introduce 913.
Yes. Let me find my notes. So Senate Bill 913 is another bill that would decriminalize sex work. It would remove it from being a criminal penalty, make it a civil penalty, and make the civil charge to individuals $250. Again, we are no longer in the times where sex is a taboo subject amongst consenting adults. This would provide protections for folks who are sex workers and who make their income through that industry.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? And then, Senator, because the other bills are pretty substantially different, I'd like to move to public testimony on these two bills before I have you introduce the rest of them.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. So if folks are wanting to testify on both of those bills, you're welcome to take that time together, or I can call you up separately on each bill. So I'm going to start with the witness list on Senate Bill 892. We'll start with Mr. Costa.
I'm just in support, and I'm in support of that bill, but I oppose the other one.
Okay. Yep, and I have you down on the sheet reflecting as such. Thank you. Hannah Stern on 892 and or 913. Yeah, yep, you're signed up on both. We also have Simone Diamond. I can't read the name previous to that. Ishtar Collective. Oh, okay. If you want to come forward, thank you. Hannah, we'll start with you.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee, again, for your time this evening. Hannah Stern, testifying on behalf of the ACLU of Rhode Island in strong support of S892. The immunity proposed in this bill is particularly important for sex workers. Sex workers can find themselves in very vulnerable situations where they may need to seek help but fear seeking it because of the possible criminal repercussions of their sex work. And importantly, this legislation will also just provide protections to any victim of sex trafficking who legitimately may fear being arrested for any sex-related activity. Ultimately, the ability to report abuse or violence or crime with this guarantee of immunity only makes the lives of sex workers and the public safer. So we strongly support this legislation. Thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. We'll move down the table to my right. Welcome to the committee.
Hi, my name is Simone Diamond. I have personal experience working legally in the sex industry. I am currently a PhD student at Harvard University and hold advanced degrees in religious studies from Temple University and Syracuse University. I would like to show my very strong support for bills S892 and S913. It is my firm belief that the full decriminalization of consensual adult sex work is the only way to protect the physical safety and human rights of all people who interact with and who are affected by the sex industry in any way. A group that includes not just sex workers, but truthfully every citizen of the United States in some way or another. Furthermore, the only way to protect trafficking victims and create safe and viable alternatives for those wishing to leave the industry is through the decriminalization of consensual adult sex work. Without a doubt, someone you love, or perhaps you yourself have been a sex worker or enjoyed the services of a sex worker at some point. Proximity to the sex industry is something we all share, and we all have interest in making this industry safer for everyone. I understand that many people conflate consensual adult sex work with human trafficking and the sexual abuse of children. I would like to vehemently oppose this dangerous oversight. Many adults choose to enter the sex industry or hire the services of a sex worker for a variety of reasons. These people are not traffickers and abusers, and their safety and human rights must be protected. The only way to do this is through the full decriminalization of consensual adult sex work. Bill S913 is a step in the right direction. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the committee.
Hi. Hello. I am KWD. I'm a magna cum laude college graduate with degrees in sociology and women's gender and sexuality studies. I'm speaking as a member of the Ishtar Collective, a New England-based anti-trafficking and human rights organization made up of consensual sex workers, allies, and survivors of trafficking and exploitation. And I've done extensive research for the full decriminalization of sex work and the benefits it could have in the U.S. and present today excerpts from a senior thesis from 2021. I am also a sex worker employed at adult entertainment clubs and have experience in all sorts of work. I am here to give testimony advocating for the full decriminalization of sex work in Rhode Island, which is S913 and 8. The term, there's a lot of harmful stigma surrounding sex work, such as those within the industry need to be saved or are being exploited. But what is exploitative is the police using laws that govern bodily autonomy to disproportionately target people and communities of color, leading to their arrest for sex-related crimes at rates that do not reflect reality. As spoken best by Kanaya Walker with the ACLU, who shares firsthand accounts of life as a trans woman of color and a former sex worker, quote, "A lot of us choose to get into sex work because the money is good and it is an environment where we can surround ourselves with other trans people. But some of us just don't have any other options because of the discrimination in the legal job market. Trans people are more likely to be unemployed compared to cisgender people, with 34% of black trans people living in poverty. Trans people without a college degree and trans people who have experienced homelessness are even more likely to engage in sex work," end quote. Full decriminalization of consensual adult sex work will allow for non-traditional jobs to be created and allow those looking to leave the adult industry to safely do so without negative stigma surrounding past jobs or prostitution charges. Those who cannot do a 9-to-5 for health or personal reasons can have other options for financial security and be safe while at work. And those who are discriminated against in the typical job market will have more opportunities for controlling their income. The adult industry allows us bodily autonomy as well as flexibility to choose when and how we work to fit our already busy schedules, especially for sex workers with children. In 2020, a ProPublica.org study detailed how ineffective street busts or stings have been in New York City, shelling out hundreds of thousands of dollars to wrongfully arrested men, as well as highlighting the racism in arresting. 83% of those charged with prostitution are non-white, with 93% charged for soliciting being non-white, despite the reality of who consumes the adult industry services being majority white men. The article details the issue with the arresting buyers method, Nordic model of policing, as it does not increase safety among sex workers and is misused to disproportionately affect communities, specifically men of color. This misuse of resources I find an especially important part, as teams that could be trained to recognize and stop actual human trafficking are instead used to arrest and often assault marginalized women trading sexual services for resources. Quote, "Full decriminalization would remove criminal penalties for buying or selling sex. Supporters argue that sex for money is a victimless crime so long as the transactions take place between two consenting adults. They say laws primarily impact poor people of color and only make life for sex workers more dangerous," end quote. And, quote, "Almost every officer interviewed for this study said their work did little to reduce the amount of sex sold in New York City."
I know you're.
Just
I know
finish your final
testifying
thoughts. I'm sorry.
For both, maybe?
Yeah, you're testifying on both. So if you want to go ahead and finish.
Thank you. As it stands today in the United States, the laws that govern our bodies and our sexuality unfairly censor and target those already in marginalized communities. And we know that prostitution is the world's oldest occupation, but today we see so many forms of sex work, it is only polite to call it what it is. It's work, and hard work at that. As we cut through stigma and take away the power that negativity has when surrounding jobs, we need to advocate for a safer society for both those doing the work and the civilians enjoying it and those who just exist around it. Adults who are shy, not conventionally attractive, or have fantasies some may consider odd or even dangerous should be able to seek out a professional, another consenting adult, and exchange resources with them to feel intimacy in a safe and controlled environment where actions and expectations are discussed in advance, and service providers are able to meet with clients and screen them to keep everyone involved protected from potential violence. Full decriminalization can also allow for an expunging of records and release of those with non-violent commercial sex-related crimes for both sex workers and clients, easing our current criminal justice system, and allow for those with previous records to have a second chance in the traditional workforce. Remember that human trafficking is violent, so those who victimize others will still be held accountable for their actions by the legal justice system, even under full decriminalization of consensual adult sex work. We would be able to generate new research in communities actively trying to make their lives, environment, and work safer. When sexual health is not surrounded by a stigma of shame, people can get tested for STIs and openly communicate with healthcare providers about their worries and lifestyle to ensure that they get the best healthcare for their needs. Where communication is clear and exciting, even those who are not in the adult industry will feel more inclined to visit doctors regularly if the negativity surrounding sexual health is replaced with accessible information about our bodies and ourselves. And of course, we can't forget that here in Rhode Island, there was a study done by Cunningham and Shaw that from 2004 and 2009, showing decreased incidence of gonorrhea for the entire population by 39% and a decrease in total rape incidents by 31%. Thank you for understanding the importance of human rights, workers' rights, and public health as we navigate the full decriminalization of sex work in Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you want to make sure to give a copy of that to the clerk, we can.
I did email it,
Okay.
and a few other testimonies of friends who couldn't make it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you
you.
so much. Are there any other comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Did you want us to testify on both of the bills if we were here to testify on both of them? Or?
You were welcome to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay, I'll just come back for 913. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That does conclude the witness list for Senate Bill 892. I'd entertain a motion to hold, moved by Senator Lamount and seconded by Senator McKinney. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 892 is held for further study. Next, we'll move to the public witness list for Senate Bill 913. We have, and I apologize, I'm having a hard time with the handwriting, Deborah Janner? I apologize. Caitlin Spencer and Audrey Morrissey. Welcome to the committee. We will start with you, ma'am, on my left. Welcome.
Good evening, distinguished committee members. I'm Deborah Joyner, and I'm a resident of Connecticut and a member of the New Englanders Against Sexual Exploitation. It was founded by University of Rhode Island's Professor Donna Hughes, who is the Eleanor M. and Oscar M. Carlson Endowed Chair in Women's Studies, Professor of Gender and Women's Studies, Emeritus, who helped found NICE. I'm going to present her testimony this evening, which was also submitted online. Members of the Rhode Island Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm writing to strongly oppose Senate Bill 913. As a professor at the University of Rhode Island, I have done extensive research on the impact of decriminalized prostitution, particularly in Rhode Island. I have published numerous reports, peer-reviewed papers, and opinion editorials on the harm and exploitation of prostitution. In the past, I have testified before the Rhode Island Senate and House on the harm of prostitution and how removing criminal penalties, especially from sex buyers, allows the expansion of the sex industry and causes an increase in sex trafficking. These serious crimes are perpetuated by individual criminals and organized crime groups. Before 2009, Rhode Island had decriminalized prostitution. The former mayor of Providence and now Rhode Island representative to the U.S. House of Representatives, David Cicilline, recommended ending decriminalization of prostitution. He said the lack of prostitution law created a criminal environment in Rhode Island that was a true Wild West. Melanie Shapiro, attorney and adjunct professor of law at Roger Williams University School of Law, and I have documented the environment that was created by the lack of prostitution laws in Rhode Island. The title of this peer-reviewed paper is titled, Decriminalize Prostitution, Impunity for Violence and Exploitation. It was published in the Wake Forest Law Review. A copy of this paper follows this letter. I request that you please read it. The people involved in sex selling are often victims of childhood sexual abuse and other adverse childhood experiences. They frequently suffer from substance and abuse addiction. They are usually controlled by pimps and others who facilitate and profit from their exploitation. The lawmakers of Rhode Island should be working to provide services and legal relief to those women, children, and sometimes men and boys who are exploited.
I'm sorry, can you finish your final thoughts?
Yes. The bottom line is those who proliferate the sex industry through their demand, the buyers, should not escape penalty for their harmful behavior. I commend you for seeking legal solutions to the problem of commercial and sexual exploitation, but decriminalization is the wrong model. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for this witness? All right, I don't see any. Welcome to the committee.
All right, is this all set? Okay. Dear committee, I am Caitlin Spencer, a sex trade survivor from Massachusetts. This market does not know a border between Rhode Island or Massachusetts or New York. I am reading a testimony from a survivor brother, Christian Eduardo, from New York City, who is a consultant, advocate, and founder of several organizations, including New Yorkers for the Equality Model. He submitted testimony to the committee opposing Senate Bill 913. And this is his testimony, and I just want to say that I feel very honored to be reading this. Dear members of the Rhode Island Senate Committee on Judiciary, my name is Christian Eduardo. I am a survivor of international and domestic sex and labor trafficking. I am a Latino immigrant, a member of the LGBTQ+ community, a person living with HIV, and a human being dealing with the lifelong consequences of human trafficking. Due to the acute vulnerabilities I faced as a young adult, I was sexually and physically exploited for the profit of my traffickers. I am here representing myself and the thousands of voices that are too often silenced. The voices of survivors of color, immigrants, people living with HIV, LGBTQ+ individuals, and the voices of our communities. People exploited by pimps, brothels, owners, and sex buyers, especially those being abused now as we stand here today. As a survivor leader, I think it's time to listen to and believe in survivors and hear this. Prostitution is a system that thrives on exploitation and myriad forms of discrimination, and we need to fix this. Senate Bill 913 is looking to reduce the penalties of buying sex. This is a harmful approach because sex buyers are the financial engine that fuels sex trafficking. By reducing the penalties of commercial sexual activities, the message sent to the sex buyers and traffickers is that profiting off the selling and buying of human bodies is okay, free of harm, and gives an open pass to sex buyers to continue sexually abusing those who have been coerced into prostitution. As a survivor, I can tell you the buying of people in commercial sex acts is a harmful and violent act, and normalizing this act won't stop or prevent sex trafficking. Human trafficking is real, and I'm here to remind you, I experienced it on my own skin. We survivors continue to suffer from the trauma of exploitation until our last breath on this earth. We're the ones with criminal records for actions committed under conditions of coercion, fraud, debt bondage, or force from our traffickers, the brothel owners, and the sex buyers raping us day after day. I appeal to you, stop criminalizing victims and survivors. Stop blaming us. Stop putting us behind bars. And we must enforce the law that holds traffickers and sex buyers accountable and liable for their exploitive actions. We must also protect the most vulnerable by decriminalizing victims and survivors. This is a legal approach known as the equality model. This bears repeating. Pimps, brothel owners, and especially sex buyers should not be able to walk free if the harm they caused did not happen and can be erased. Too often, sex buyers are often left out of the equation when they are the ones who fuel the market for sex trafficking. I appeal to you. Sex buyers should not walk free with impunity, preying on our children, on homeless LGBTQ youth, on the most vulnerable, on people like me, who are in need of real help, not sexual abuse. If we really want to stop human trafficking, we must stop the demand for the bodies, the normalization of paid for rape, and acknowledge that sex buying is violent and harmful. I am calling you to oppose Senate Bill 913. Also, there were two packets that were passed around. If you have time to read them on your own, and also give some more statistics and facts behind the money and what happens on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much. Welcome to the committee.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Can you just make sure the button is up? I know,
Okay,
it gets
it
stuck
has
sometimes.
to be up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee. My name is Audrey Morrissey. I'm the co-executive director for an organization called My Life, My Choice, which is located in Boston, Massachusetts. Although I'm not a resident of Rhode Island, I am a neighbor. And one of the things that I want to acknowledge that I oppose Bill S-913. You've heard from other survivors who came before me, and I hope that you heard that these are educated women who, if they decide that they don't want to be in the commercial sex industry anymore, they can get respectable jobs. As a black woman and a woman of color, number one, our bodies are not sold at the same price as a white body. So I want to be real clear that discrimination will still happen if prostitution was legalized for black and brown people. The other piece that first of all, I don't even understand why we're here. Rhode Island, you've already tested this. There was a time prostitution was legal indoors in Rhode Island, and for some reason, that no longer exists. And I'm gonna guess because, right, first of all, you didn't want Rhode Island to be a sex tourism destination. I also want to be real clear. There are not enough willing white women and black and brown trans people to fill the demand if a state legalized prostitution. So what will happen is the people, the most vulnerable population, right, because the buyers are not creepy guys in trench coats. They're mostly upper middle class white males making $140,000 a year. And what will happen if we fuel the demand, then we will open a market for black and brown children to be sold at an alarming rate and black and brown adults who do not have a choice. And the other thing that I want to say, a body is not a workplace. A body is not a workplace. And for black and brown people, going back into history where if we went back to slavery where white men had access to black and brown bodies, it is a very disturbing thought to give white men the privilege to purchase black and brown bodies. And so it's very disturbing. And the other thing that we heard, you know, we're talking adults. Let me be real clear. I'm a survivor of the commercial sex industry. Anywhere there is an adult sex industry, there are always children. And as I said, my organization is in Boston. They had done stings in Rhode Island where youth were found in strip clubs age 14 and age 16 that were from Massachusetts that were trafficked here in Rhode Island that we served, and countless other youth.
Finish your final thoughts.
Yes, countless other youth who were a part of the adult commercial sex industry. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? Thank you. Next up, we have Lindsay Casagranda, Ryan Whitaker, and
we're going to end in her testimony. She had to leave.
Okay, yep.
Yep, this is my first.
Cindy Zulker. And Rob Levinson. Maybe that could be it.
Yes.
Together with love. Robin. Okay. We'll start on my right. Welcome to the committee.
So, is this up? Okay.
It is.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening, Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is Lindsay Casagrande. I'm a survivor of the sex trade and a woman in recovery. I'm here to speak in opposition of Bill S-913, an act to criminal offenses and commercial sexual activity. As a survivor of the sex trade, I want to share with you my experience to help you understand why reducing penalties for sex buyers is not the answer. Because of LIFT's survivor-led programming, I'm getting my life back and rediscovering agency and joy. My services for LIFT started when Audra Duty came to my jail cell at the Western Mass Correctional Center, and knowing my background offered a 4-week exiting certificate course. Unfortunately for me, though, at that time, it was not the end of my sex trade. Luckily, after jail, I was able to access LIFT Zero Barrier Shelter, where I was able to access critical resources. The team at LIFT understand me because they are also survivors. Now, currently, I'm at their recovery house. There, I'm able to address my addiction and my mental health, as well as build a life I never thought I'd see. I would like to say that I am a success story of what exiting program can do. Now, data shows that the sex trade disproportionately harms women and girls living well below federal poverty line, LGBTQIA+ youth, and even more so the BIPOC women and girls. While the idea of reducing penalties or decriminalizing prostitution may sound like a progressive solution, it fails to address the systematic issues that drive individuals into the sex trade in the first place, such as poverty, racism, and gender inequality. It also fails to recognize that the overwhelming majority of individuals in the sex trade are not there by choice, but rather due to coercion, trafficking, or lack of viable alternatives. I did not choose it then, and I would never choose to re-enter, even if it were decriminalized. The evidence shows that you cannot make exploitation safe. They said that prostitution was the world's oldest occupation, when it's actually the world's oldest oppression. That's the truth. Listen, I still have a long way to go. I'm still got a lot of barriers to face because of my life and the traumas that I faced back there. But my story is just one of thousands because of survivors, right? And passing this law, it's only gonna stop us. It's only gonna hurt us, because what you're doing is saying that the men that bought us, the men that traffic us, the pimps and everybody out there, the brothel owners, you're saying that it was okay. It was okay when they beat us. It was okay when we got raped. You're telling us it was okay, and that everything we overcame was for nothing. You know, I put a lot of work in. I'm celebrating a year of recovery in next week. And you're gonna tell me if you pass this law, it's for nothing. Please don't tell me that. I'm begging you. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on the milestone.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you. Welcome to the committee.
Is that good? My name is Cindy Zulker, and I live in Barrington, District 32. I am part of an organization called Together with Love. We are dedicated to working with the community to advocate and care for those impacted by sexual exploitation. Bill S-913 assumes that there is an equality between those who engage in prostitution and those who procure it. It recommends the decriminalization of all parties like they're equals. In reality, there's a massive power and control differential between sellers of sex and buyers of sex. It's really important to me to share with you what I see. I watched last summer on the streets of Providence as Allie, not her real name, got into the minivan of a buyer, fearful that she would be punished for speaking with us on the street. We were giving her food and underwear as she had none. Katie was in between dates in February when we saw her. She was barefoot and in a tube top. Her buyers were unwilling to provide a place for her to sleep that night, so she was walking around in the 30-degree weather. In 1 year alone, we met over 50 women who needed coats, toothbrushes, and food while on the street engaged in prostitution. These young women and others across the state in similar circumstances must be decriminalized for empirical reasons, based on my knowledge of real people and their experiences, which is often heartbreaking. They are forced and coerced into a life of selling sex. Very few choose it. They have managers or boyfriends who take their earnings and use violence to keep them in the commercial sex trade. Or they are trapped in addiction, which enslaves them to the fast cash prostitution can generate. Or they were sexually abused as children. Or all of these. Now poverty compels them to reenact patterns of exploitation they grew up with. On the other side, the laws against buying and exploiting the Allies and Katies of Rhode Island must be maintained for two major reasons. You've heard these already, but first, without significant negative consequences for buying sex in Rhode Island, demand will increase even more. Demand will exceed supply, causing traffickers to provide unwilling and vulnerable people by forcing or extorting them into it, including children. Second, prostitution is violent and dangerous. The buyers have the control and power to harm and exploit fellow human beings, and they do. While Together with Love does street outreach, and when people in prostitution...
Finish your final thoughts.
Thank you. We hear stories of prostituting people being punched, kicked, strangled, pistol whipped, thrown out of cars, burned, and on and on. Buyers typically seem to be purchasing the right to hurt another person. We are against S913. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you. Are there questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Dear Chairman and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Robin Lavassa. I'm a Johnson, Rhode Island resident. I'm a subject matter expert because I was prostituted just a few blocks away from the State House. I didn't grow up saying I want to be a prostitute. I was in the life for decades, both in Rhode Island and Florida. What I know is real and local. It's also current. I do street outreach 3 times a week on the track, and I'd be honored to have any of you come out with me to see what I see every day. You will see what prostitution does to people. Based on real life, I strongly oppose Senate Bill 913. It's a bill that will normalize the destructive, harmful industry imaginable, the commercial sex trade. I especially oppose the section of SB 913 titled Procurement of Sexual Conduct for a Fee. Prostitution is violent, and only legislation seeking to decrease demand can make it safe. SB 913 will increase prostitution and sex trafficking because once you unleash the tricks, you'll have guys driving into Rhode Island from all over the region like I saw in the 1980s and 2000s when I was in the life. When indoor prostitution was legal in Rhode Island between 1980 and 2009, pimps brought girls into Rhode Island from Boston. They rented a house, set up shop, put ads up on Craigslist, and the phone wouldn't stop ringing. Providence was a regional hub with all the criminality, drugs, and violence that it brings. And all that pathology costs public resources so much. This bill will increase addiction because prostitution and drugs are completely connected. There are better solutions. Let's reduce prostitution, and with 4 solutions you need to focus on. Focus on men driving the market. The chicks that have families and jobs, they have a lot to lose. If you focus on the harm they cause, evidence shows that holding them accountable through fines that can fund victim services and effective $250 is not enough. Provide exit services. Most women don't want to be out there prostituting. Trust me. Ensure those in prostitution cannot be criminalized. Make it easier to expunge records for crimes we were made to commit. Many of us become enslaved by our records. That's why we remain in the life. I am trying to be I still have a charge in Florida from 35 years ago. And I'm trying to become my sister's caregiver, and this was when I was trafficked. And it's still held against me. It's still held against me. I've overcame so much, but I'm still fighting. And every day, and I've changed my life over 15 years ago. I give back to my community. I help young girls. I think about our future children. I'm thinking about my granddaughter. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Elizabeth Townsend, Melissa Brudo, Allison Collins. Welcome to the committee. We'll start on my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here to testify in support of S913. I am a longtime attorney and advocate for sex workers and survivors of human trafficking. In my 20 years of advocacy, I've done direct client representation, primarily representing survivors of human trafficking in vacatur motions, getting rid of people's criminal convictions, and I have pivoted to policy work. I want to say I know you're hearing a lot, and I'll try to be really quick, but there's a few key points I wanted to touch on why I support the full decriminalization of consensual adult sex work, having represented for the majority of my career survivors of human trafficking. First, it's imperative to acknowledge that emotions run very strong, right, on this issue. The stories you have heard of people being exploited and trafficked. I have represented dozens and dozens of survivors who have been trafficked and experienced horrific violence. And these stories not only are valid, but are incredibly important. However, there are also stories of people that consensually choose to engage in sex work, and it provides them financial liberation in a world that doesn't often allow that, especially to LGBTQIA folks and women of color. So I just would urge that, yes, emotions run high, but you have to look at what is best for the entire community and for health and safety. In addition to being an attorney, I hold a master's in public health from Johns Hopkins, where I did study, actually, correlation between decrim and sexual health. And the data is abundantly clear, right? If you look at peer-reviewed studies that are reputable, the data is tremendously clear. In 2018, Johns Hopkins, my alma mater, did a meta-analysis looking at over 130 studies. It found a correlation between, I can actually read the exact, but it found a correlation. Repressive policing, which includes policing both sex workers and clients, is associated with increased risks of sexual and physical violence at the hands of clients, third parties, and domestic partners. Sex workers exposed to repressive policing were put in increased risk of HIV. And repressive policing of sex workers, clients, and/or venues disrupt sex workers' support networks and systems, which is relatively common sense. I did want to address Donna Hughes, who has received controversy, I know who was mentioned before in the panel before us, for comparing trans folks to QAnon and saying being trans is a fantasy. And so, here we're really talking about bodily autonomy, right? It is the first day of Pride Month. I'll wrap it up, I promise. It's the first day of Pride Month, right? Trans women are overrepresented in the sex industry because they face discrimination and stigma and family rejection. I find it hard to stomach listening to somebody that can't recognize that there are trans women, and in the same breath saying that all people should not have bodily autonomy, right? They go hand in hand, right? This is really an issue of autonomy and what people choose or don't choose to do with their bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? Right? I don't see any. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Is this on? Yeah.
It is. You just want to move it a little bit closer.
Good evening. My name is Allison Collins. I am the consulting attorney for decriminalized sex work. We are a national organization that is pursuing a state-by-state strategy to advance legislation protecting the rights, health, and safety of adult consensual sex workers and victims of human trafficking. Personally, I've been practicing law for 30 years with the most marginalized among us. I've been a criminal defense attorney. I have represented many immigrants in asylum hearings. And I've been a lifelong advocate for LGBTQ rights, which are inextricably linked with sex worker rights. As my colleague just mentioned, trans women of color are make up a large proportion of people that are arrested under criminalization because of the discrimination that they've faced. One of the things that I want to just touch on, because I heard a lot of conflation between sex work and human trafficking, is just pointing out that sex workers are consensually performing sexual labor by choice. We heard a lot about children and horrible situations, and those are against the law. That's not what we're here to support. I am here in support of S913 because it is the best route for the most safety and the healthiest public health outcomes for the community. What else to say? That some of the best data that we have for how decriminalization has had the most positive health outcomes are from the very state of Rhode Island. As you all know, that there was an inadvertent decriminalization for many years up until 2009. And during that time, the data was collected and has been studied and showed that rates of STIs were way down, rapes in Rhode Island were way down during this time period. Any notion that decriminalizing again would somehow change the state of Rhode Island into a drive-through sex club is ridiculous. That's not what happened before. That's not what's going to happen now. It also isn't, decriminalization has nothing to do with children. I'll wrap up. We're talking about adults consenting and their bodily autonomy and their ability to make their own choices about their bodies. All of my experience working with these populations and working with decriminalized sex work and all of the empirical evidence that we have gathered supports the decriminalization of sex work in Rhode Island, and I appreciate you hearing me.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is Elizabeth Townsend. I'm a resident of Riverside, Rhode Island, and I am a part as well of an organization called Together with Love. Based on my experiences in this field, I am testing in opposition to SB 913, which would reduce criminal penalties for both the selling and buying of sexual services, as well as loitering for the purpose of prostitution to a civil violation. I support the piece of this legislation that works to decriminalize and support survivors of the sex trade. However, I do not support any efforts to decriminalize the purchase of sexual services as SB 913 would do. The part of the legislation I would oppose would be changing 11-34 1 through 3, procurement of sexual conduct for a fee to a civil violation. Sex buying or procurement must remain a crime in order to communicate the damage and harm caused by those purchasing sexual access to another person's body. When sex buying is decriminalized or legalized, the demand for commercial sex does increase, and therefore the supply needs to increase. As we saw in our state between 1980 and 2009 has been referenced. This leads to sex trafficking because there are not enough willing participants to fill that demand. Academic research, as well as reporting from direct service providers, demonstrates that people in the sex trade do not want to be there. Most people. Victims who we have connected with are coerced, manipulated, and face unimaginable violence and abuse, both physically and psychologically, by sex buyers. The money received from the transaction is often not kept by the prostituting person. Rather, it goes directly into the hands of the manager or pimp. Additionally, many victims come from marginalized communities and therefore are significantly more vulnerable to being exploited. The physical and mental damage as a result of this abuse takes a lifetime to heal from. It also creates a greater need for supportive services and safe and long-term housing, both of which are already in short supply in Rhode Island. Reducing the crime of procurement to a civil violation with only a small fine to pay only condones the violent behavior of buyers and traffickers working overtime to fill the increased demand, rather than protecting those who most often were not given a choice nor a voice. For the safety and protecting women, men, and children who are vulnerable to exploitation, it is imperative that we keep sex buying procurement a crime in Rhode Island. I ask you to oppose SB 913. Please consider prioritizing and taking greater action to protect and care for those who are facing exploitation within our communities by holding buyers accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for this witness? I don't see any. Thank you so much. Next up, we have G.E. Wackersman. I did not get that name correct. I apologize. Hannah Stern and KWD. KWD, did you want to testify on this, or did you? It was covered before? Yep. Sorry. Thank you. And then Justin Tetrault.
Yeah, he's not here anymore. I can give his testimony though. It's my husband.
Okay. If you want to come forward. And then that is the last of the public testimony we have on 913. So if anyone else does want to speak on it, let the clerk know. But otherwise, this will be the last group of witnesses on this bill. We will start on my right at the table. Yes, welcome to the committee.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. All of you honorable, esteemed members of the Judiciary here in the Senate. Every time I'm before you or on the telephone, I just have to really send my heart out to you. This is an incredibly difficult committee to be in. All of the things that you hear here every single week that you're in session are really, really complicated matters. And a lot of passionate testimony comes up here. I just want to secondly, my remarks are going to be incredibly brief. I secondly want to thank absolutely everybody who's come here to testify. Whether you were in support of the bill wholeheartedly, whether you have reservations of one thing, or whether you were entirely against it. I heard a lot of really brave people out here. And it's that experience that I just wanted to make a few notes to you on. I'm a member of Amnesty International Local 1016. We had a seat on the commission, the legislative commission, that former Representative Williams finally got into our house, the People's House, to have a real solid look with science at what happened when we decriminalized. What were the effects on the health and safety of marginalized people? As it has been pointed out, sex work ain't for everybody. Not everybody ends up there. But as we have heard, no matter what path it took us to get there, we all deserve rights. And we all deserve health and safety while we do that. Our legislative panel heard scores and scores of organizations. Hundreds of people sent in testimony. We had an amazing amount of data anthropologically. We had data provided to us by a criminal law enforcement system. And we had all manner of representation on the panel for a full year. Our final report is with Speaker Shikarchi. We delivered it to both houses yesterday. You will all see it very soon. We're really, really proud of the work that we put together. There are a few recommendations that we made for new laws, things like S913, which Amnesty International wholly supports, and which our committee, our panel, decided to recommend was the only course forward to maintain safety in the state of Rhode Island. not just for those of us working in the sex trade, but for everybody. It's a matter of public health. It's a matter of economic health. And it's really the way forward. Thank you, Mr. Costa. What I really wanted to impress upon you was one of the directors of public health sit on the commission panel. One of our recommendations is to strike down in any decriminalization push the notion that Section 34.1, Section 11 of Chapter 34.1 in the Criminal Code needs to be maintained. Those are counterproductive to the public health. That's where anybody who's picked up under a criminal or soon-to-be civil violation for the act of prostitution, consensual sex work, will be administered an STI test. It's really invasive. The Director of Public Health doesn't like that. He says it's going to be counterproductive for curbing HIV prevention and spread in the state. There are a lot of things that overlap with sex work. Poverty, racism, structural racism, the oppressor. All of it is really complicated.
Please finish your final thoughts.
We know that we can get a really great bill on the books and change the nation. It might not be this one. We're all looking forward to working with you all to make sure that we get what we need as the state. Again, that report will be out of the Speaker's office soon and in front of you all to help guide your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? Thank you for that information. We look forward to the report as well. Hannah, welcome back.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for your time this evening. Hannah Stern testifying on behalf of the ACLU of Rhode Island in support of this legislation. The ACLU has long opposed laws which criminalize consensual sexual activity between adults for three key reasons. First, that these laws tend to represent a very direct form of discrimination against women, the LGBTQ+ community, and BIPOC individuals. Second, because we consider sex work criminalization to be an invasion of personal privacy. And third, because this offense involves consensual parties, police are often left to use entrapment techniques to enforce these laws, and these techniques are very troubling and very dubious. I also just want to briefly point out that the National ACLU did release a report a few years ago which concluded that as laws become less restrictive on consensual sex work between adults, sex workers experience less harm, which brings me to my final reason that we support the concept of this bill, which is that we believe that the passage of policy like that contained in this legislation would ensure that sex workers can care for their health, for their safety, and for their autonomy without stigmatization. This bill would ensure that our criminal justice system is not being utilized to take unnecessarily punitive action against consensual acts, and this legislation would center privacy and self-determination. For these reasons, we support this legislation. Thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, you're on. Welcome.
Well, hi. So I'm going to read the testimony of my husband who had to leave early. Hi, my name is Justin Tatro. I'm a personal trainer and have worked at the Harvard University Recreational Department for over 10 years. I would like to show my support for Bill S-913. As a husband, friend, and community member, I believe that sex work is legitimate work. Trafficking is not the same thing as consensual adult sex work, and that sex workers' physical safety and human rights must be protected through the decriminalization of consensual adult sex work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, thank you all. That does conclude the witness list for Senate Bill 913. I'd entertain a motion to hold, moved by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 913 is held for further study. Next up, Senator Mack will go to Senate Bill 915, and then we'll take the witnesses after you introduce that bill before we do your two final bills.
Okay, 1 second. And Senate Bill 915 is a bill to remove bail from anyone who is payment of bail for anyone who is arrested for a misdemeanor. That includes DUI, shoplifting, trespassing, simple assault or battery, larceny, possession of more than 1 ounce of marijuana. Close to half of
Close to 500,000 people across the country are trapped in jail before they're ever convicted of a crime, and often they can't afford to buy their freedom. Many folks are kept in pre-trial jail, mostly because they are too poor to afford to be released. This would remove that of their own recognizance. This would remove the financial barriers often faced by folks who are low income, folks who are often arrested for shoplifting or a crime of survival, are committing these crimes because they don't have enough money. Making their condition upon release based on their ability to pay discriminates against them based on how much money they have. Oftentimes, this leads to folks who are in pretrial detention, losing their jobs, losing their custody of their children, losing their housing, and losing their sense of safety, setting them up for a life of future crime or homelessness or other cascades of events. This piece of legislation is aimed at removing that, again, only for folks who are for misdemeanor crimes. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor? All right, I don't see any. We have two folks signed up, Mr. Costa and Mike DeLauro. We also did have Hannah Stern submitted written. Hannah Stern submitted written testimony, and Katie Grolowski also signed up in support, but not testifying. Mr. Costa, welcome back.
Yes. This, another great bill by Senator Mack. As you know, there hasn't been many bill reform bills that have actually stood the test of time. And I'm talking about the test of the recent radical movements of Black Lives Matter, the George Floyd campaign, the Breonna Taylor campaign. A lot of promises that were made to the people have been repealed. And I have no reason to believe that this body of work is involved. I shouldn't say this body, because this body seems like you guys have a listening ear and you guys are still on the 2019 agenda. But it seems like we have a failure to communicate. These crimes, like you just heard Mrs. Mack read you, are basically petty misdemeanors, meaning that they're poverty crimes. They're crimes that, because of the situation that they're in financially, the crimes are actually happening. They're not, felonies. A lot of people are scared when it comes time to talk about bill if you want to say recognizant reform, because they assume that bill is including all the felonies that are happening in municipalities across the country. But that's not the case. She actually specifically said this is for misdemeanors. So there's a lot of people that are looking at this and don't understand what's inside of it. So one, I asked you to, before you open the bill, I want you to read this book. This is an updated version of Michelle Alexander's book. As you see, I eat at the pages because this is where all the fruit is in reforming this country. And this is an actually new updated version. So you can get the 2012 or you can get the updated version. I would advise you guys to read this book before you guys decide to vote nay on this. I also want to tell you that there are states that are reforming their bills, and it's not just all of bills like you see in, I want to say Vermont, and there's 2 states that have no bills. But there are 3 states that are currently bringing forward the legislation. I think it's California, New York, and Illinois. As you see, they are very democratically favored majorities, very similar to yourself. So we should be adapting those projects, those acts, those bills that are very similar to your constituents. So I agree 100%. This bill should be signed ASAP and on the floor this week.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Mike, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. So just going to give you a little bit of background and allude to some information that I've been providing to the committee all through this legislative session. So overall, the law in Rhode Island on bail is pretty good. We have a presumption of personal recognizance in most cases. We have the Rhode Island bail guidelines that have been court rules since 1986. We have a number of statutes that favor release on non-monetary conditions of bail. And we have, hopefully, the bill that you passed tonight, Senator Lamountain's bill, will enable money posted for bail to be returned to the defendant or to third parties once the case is over. That being said, there's room for improvement, I would suggest to you. And you may recall that in connection with Senate Bill 375, Senate Resolution, which is Senator Mack's resolution regarding bail 634, and Senator Lamountain's bill that you passed tonight, Senate Bill 653, that I've been providing you with this report from called the State of Black Rhode Island Report Series, Criminal Justice Report. And it specifically addresses the issue of bail. Now, I'll use lawyer talk and just say I'd like to incorporate by reference all of the materials that I provided to you previously. This report was released in March 16th, 2023. Katie Mulvaney, and I've given you this before, Katie Mulvaney did an article on it, and it specifically recommends, recommendation number 4, speaks to the issue of how we can improve our bail system, especially as it negatively impacts persons of color. The report recommends that the General Assembly should move forward and pass bail reform legislation. It references a number of bills that have been introduced by Senator Quezada and many other legislators in both houses since 2018, and it concludes that bail reform could have substantial benefits, that pretrial supervised release may be a better alternative to pretrial detention, and that the Rhode Island General Assembly should commission a study to determine the impact of bail reforms on Black Rhode Islanders and the potential economic benefits for the state as a whole. So, you know, that's a real, dollars and cents type argument that they're making. And as I said, I gave you the report and Ms. Mulvaney's article in connection with the 3 other pieces of legislation that I referenced, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? Senator Tacoin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, is any consideration been given to, say, for example, you release the defendant on PR, and they promise to appear on a certain date, and they don't. Now there's a warrant issued for failure to appear.
Yep.
Happens over the weekend, let's say.
Yep.
Can't get them to court. Do we just release them on PR again, or is there a monetary fee to ensure that, I mean, like first offense, second offense, is there any consideration given to, otherwise you could have multiple failure to appear in court?
So generally, my experience over the years has been folks with a habit of not appearing. It's not like their first rodeo, right? So when they come in, the judge is allowed to consider past instances of bench warrants. In some cases, what will happen is the Attorney General's office will file what's called a 46G notice. Rule 46G of the Rules of Criminal Procedure in both the District and Superior Court, I think they're pretty much identical. They say that, if you violate the terms and conditions of your bail, one of which is, to show up, that's the primary purpose of bail, is, they can raise your bail or hold you without bail. And I've seen that happen numerous times over the years.
Numerous. I'm actually a victim of that. Sorry about that, Mike.
So, what I'm saying is that judges have a lot of discretion and flexibility. Even though we do have all these rules, they still maintain a lot of flexibility and to have a lot of discretion. And that's the way it should be. The states that got in trouble with this were states like Georgia, Utah, Florida, Texas, where they use bail formulas. Like, you do this, you get this bail. Thank goodness we don't have that.
Yeah, I sued them. Anyways.
Thank you, Mr. Costa.
There's 48 hours.
Mr.
They get
Costa,
48
we're not
hours
going
to
back on
actually
the
bring it.
panel. We heard from you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
That does conclude the public witness list on Senate Bill 915. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Tokoyan, seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 915 is held for further study. Senator Mack has 2 additional bills in front of us. We will take both of those together. Senate Bill 727 and Senate Bill 894. Senator Mack, you can introduce either one first. Up to you.
Okay, thank you, members of the committee. I know it's a long night. This for 727 allows for additional good time to be earned up to 5 days for anyone who is involved in the prison industries. It will help people get out of prison sooner. It also incentivizes joining programs that will give them the skills to reintegrate back into their communities. It'll provide these individuals with a purpose while they are behind bars, and also instill within them the belief that they can be impactful and meaningful community members in their communities upon release. And it also helps to reduce recidivism. That is Bill 727.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the committee? All right, I don't see any. Thank you.
And 894 is a retaliation bill. Just because someone is behind bars does not mean they lose their right to freedom of speech, but oftentimes because there is a power imbalance due to the nature of prisons, most folks fear that if they speak out about their conditions, whether it is having mice or mold inside of their cell, or they speak out in the instances where I have gone on visits to the prison and seen folks at the ACI at normal place at their place of residence. Many folks have told me, I'm afraid to speak to you about my experience inside of prison, whether it was during COVID or well, we're not really post-COVID, but during the times during COVID and after, many folks were afraid to detail to me their experiences while I was on some of my tours, because they were afraid that they would either lose some freedoms, lose access to outdoor time, phone time, or they would be sent back to SEG or increase their time in SEG for speaking about their experiences. There was one time where someone called me on a 3-way call, which is not allowed, but because it was myself and one other individual, they were sent back into segregation. I'm sure you'll hear from some of the folks who are on the testimony list about other instances of retaliation for speaking about their lived experiences within the ACI. Again, freedom of speech is a right to all people, no matter if you are behind bars or not. And I look forward to hearing the testimony from later today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? All right, I don't see any. Thank you, Senator. So we'll start with Senate Bill 727. Mr. Costa, welcome back. We also have Wayne Salisbury and Mike DeLauro on this legislation.
Wayne Salisbury, the man I want to speak to.
Mr. Costa.
All right, sorry. 727. This is actually a bill that I'm pretty concerned with. And I know that it seems like I would support this bill. But as you see, this bill has only got, it's probably got a 1/4 of an inch line that's blue in this whole bill. That means there's no amendments, there's no addendums, there's no nothing. That means they're going to continue to do what they've been doing, but just add 3 to 5 days of good time, meaning that you're going to be able to get released to the situation that you were in. But let's talk about the situation, because this is supposed to be a correctional facility that is actually supposed to be a rehabilitative industry. It's supposed to be rehabilitating. But for one reason, I mean, for more than one reason, we don't have rehabilitative services inside of this place. So offering somebody to go home early, number one, that has to be a prison industry employee, that's only 30% of the population. So this is discriminating. This is not saying that only people that are employed for the prison industries qualify for the 5 days. So everybody gets the 10 days. That's no here nor there. But the people that are working slave labor, working for $3, hopefully $6 an hour, are going to have access to the extra 5 or 3 days, because you're already eligible for 2 if you're a prison worker. But what I'm saying is that this bill doesn't go deep enough to help the whole population. You're discriminating. You're saying if you work for us, you can get an extra 5 more days. So you're incentivizing slave labor. You're not paying them the amount that they should be paid. And these people, from my understanding, and I'm going to talk to you about this, 7 people, there's only 7 people in the work release program. This program was originally created in 1954. The bill was so well written that it hasn't been amended since 1995. We have a work industry. We have people that qualify for work release, but we only have 7 people out of 2,700 in it. But you want to offer 5 days of release to these people so they can go back and, show me the recidivism numbers, show me the re-conviction numbers, show me that you guys are truly rehabilitating and that you guys are a service that, the service that you're providing is valuable. I want to see the cost-benefit analysis to all this administration and all these designees that have all this control in this system. I don't see that. So what I would like is I would want to make sure that this bill has all inmates, regardless if you're on disability, regardless if you're on medication, regardless if you're sleeping in your cell all day long. Everyone should be eligible for the extra 5 days. If you're a worker or not, you should be eligible.
Wrap up your final
You should have
thoughts.
access. All right, that's all I'm going to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Welcome to the committee, Mr. Salisbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Wayne Salisbury. I'm the acting director. We have also provided written testimony in regards to Senate Bill 727. I have assembled a team to review and evolve our correctional industries, which frankly is long overdue. It is critical that the offerings within this space match the needs of the job market and equip participants with relevant and marketable skills to attain employment with a livable wage upon their release to the community. As part of this review, we discovered that the amount of time awarded for participation, 2 days per month, is lower than some programmatic offerings that award up to 5 days for participation. We have proactively requested the statute be amended to create a range of 2 to 5 days for industry's participation. This request was made for 2 reasons. First, good time is typically the first or primary consideration for the incarcerated population as they determine what programming and opportunities to pursue. Awarding more time for one opportunity versus another disincentivizes some offerings in favors of others. This legislation levels that playing field. Second, this request puts our state more in line with our neighboring states. Connecticut awards 1 day per 7 days worked. My team and I were just in Massachusetts last week, touring the correctional industries at MCI Norfolk, and we're told participants there can potentially earn 15 days per month. It is my hope that in the future, as we install our Wi-Fi and broaden the offerings available to the population, both in correctional industries and in programming and education, our population will have the chance to participate in offerings both in person and virtually. We do not want our programs competing against each other. This legislation does not change who is eligible for good time. Very simply, this legislation increases the maximum amount of time earned. An incarcerated person who is not under a sentence of imprisonment for life is already eligible under Rhode Island general law, and as engaged in institutional industries may, with the consent of the director, have time deducted from their term of imprisonment each month. This legislation has passed the House, and I respectfully request support from the Senate to pass it as well. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? And I do want to thank you. I know that you gave me and offered a tour as well to the rest of the senators, and I believe the House members as well, to talk about how to expand the programs, make sure that they're modern and appropriate, and actually preparing for folks to enter the workforce when they're released as well. So look forward to working on continuing to amplify those efforts.
And we are diligently doing our research and investing in what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank
Senator.
you. Are there any other comments or questions for the director? All right, thank you. Mike, welcome back.
Thank you. First, I know this. Okay, I thought this was the one I broke the last time I was here. Yeah, you wish it was. Yeah, that's fine. I get it. So I'm authorized to say that the Rhode Island Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers submitted written testimony in support. It was emailed to you earlier today. I hope that you get it and have a chance to look at it. I think it's interesting and helpful to you to know that that letter came about as a result of Director Salisbury's leadership when he, I don't want to say allowed, suggested that his legislative liaison, Ryan Crowley, come to an executive committee meeting of the Rhode Island Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers so that he could explain this legislation to us. And we very much appreciate that because, you know, too often, and I'm guilty of this too, you know, we wait till the session's going and then everything gets crazy. So they made this aware to us all the way back in January, I think. And of course, it's been very helpful. As far as what I wanted to say, I see this as being the logical conclusion of what happened a number of years ago in the Michael Woodmansee case. Those of you who are around will remember that Mr. Woodmansee did not, as I understand it, didn't avail himself of any of the programming or anything like that you know, that could gain him good time or credits or whatever. He simply sat in his cell and didn't do anything wrong. And folks were concerned that, you know, that was not the way to go about correcting bad behavior, which obviously is one of the reasons our prison exists. So we see this as being a thoughtful part of enhancing the Departments of Corrections' ability to rehabilitate folks, to perhaps effectuate employment opportunities when folks are released from prison. If you do take the tour, I recommend where they take you in the back. You look at, you know, the wood shop and all that. They got some really nice. It's really nice stuff, nice tools. So we applaud this. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you, gentlemen. That does conclude the testimony on 727. And I'd entertain a motion to hold. Moved by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 727. I'm sorry, Mr. Costa, you're right. We're at 894.
Yeah,
you're signed up. Yep, if you want to come up on that. Let me just call up a couple more people before you get started. I'll also take Nick Horton. If Patrick Gaines is here still, I don't see him. Okay. Eddie Franco, Haley McKee. All right, Mr. Costa.
Yeah. I strongly support 894. I've been a victim of police retaliation. I mean, we'll call it police brutalation, police molestation, police retaliation. However, whatever Haitian you need, besides Haitian, I am been involved in. With the Providence Police, with the state police, and I'm okay with it. They're going to have to kill me because I'm not going to stop coming here and weighing in and giving my opinion. I'm not going to stop. So if they feel that they need to harass me, pull me over while I'm in the middle of my job, put their hands in my pockets, try to play pocket pool with me while they're trying to get identification. They're looking for registration cards on the side of the road on Valley Street the other day. Why are you looking for registration cards in my pocket? That's a problem. This is straight harassment. You know, I understand that, you know, I look for, you know, legislation that is going to be in our favor for once. You know, bills like Leobor to be repealed. I understand that they don't like that. I understand that they don't like the fact that I'm going into the prison reform industry and I'm going to try to rearrange what's going on there. I'm looking to shut or cut the amount of people that are applying for the academy and trying to reallocate resources to the community so we don't spend all this money on the police. I understand that I am not the most liked individual in this community, but I am not going to allow them to harass me. So I need the support of the legislation like this to make sure that if they violate the color law, that they will be punished like so. Correctional officers, police officers, anyone. I could show, like I have video of the evidence, and I have submitted it to the city council, I have submitted it to the state, I have submitted it to PARA, and hopefully we'll get some relief. But this has got to stop. The retaliation from these service workers, and they think they got a free pass because they got immunity. They think that because Leobor doesn't allow them to be punished more than 2 days, they can do whatever they want to do. So we need some other instruments to help
Mr.
protect
Costa,
us.
if I could just clarify that this legislation is specifically about the Department of Corrections.
The Department of Corrections?
Correct.
I thought it was
The ACI.
also
No,
other.
it's specifically about the ACI.
Oh, it's not. It's specifically about the ACI.
Correct.
No. Well, anybody with a badge, it should say. Anyone with a badge. The retaliation is coming from everybody. So I just want to. All right. I'm not gonna go into that. If it's just correctional officers, I don't plan on going inside that place, so I shouldn't have any retaliations. But I do want to meet with Mr. Wayne after.
Thank you. Nick, welcome to the committee. Can you just hit the button and make sure that it's raised?
Thank you, committee. So yes, very briefly, what this legislation would do is it would just make it against the law for someone who is either in prison or on probation or parole to be punished simply for exercising their political rights, for engaging in advocacy to try to pass a bill, for speaking out freely. While this might seem like a fairly straightforward idea, you would think if these were this action would already be protected. Unfortunately, there are actually no state laws that govern DOC policy. DOC sets their own policy, and they choose whether or not to enforce it. And so if they decided to violate someone's rights in this way, it would be difficult or impossible for that individual to bring a case in state court. They would have to bring it in federal court because we have no state laws that govern these policies. So more broadly, if the DOC holds someone in solitary confinement for 24 hours a day for 1 year straight, it is not a violation of state law, not even a civil offense. If the DOC puts someone in segregation for not wanting to take their psych medications and then keeps them there for months for minor infractions, despite their serious and degrading mental health conditions, and then they die, and then the DOC lies about it, it is not a violation of state law. As happened recently with Brian Rodanis, the third death at the ACI in 3 months recently. The Solitary Confinement Act would be the first set of state laws governing DOC policy, and they would make such practices against the law. The members of this committee have not committed to passing such a law that would limit the abuses of solitary confinement. So we are here today to ask you to instead at least pass a law against abusing people for saying the reform solitary bill should be passed, for engaging in the political process in this very chamber, for exercising their First Amendment rights, because these abuses have happened. They have happened right here when Richard Ferruccio committed them on record several times. And they happen in worse ways inside the ACI when we can't see them. I know this because I have seen it happen. We have worked with people who want to advocate for this bill, but who are scared because they are on parole and they know they could be sent back to prison for engaging in political activity. I personally, when I was teaching inside the ACI, saw an individual who was going up for classification. He didn't engage in political activity, but he did speak out in a way that they deemed to be inappropriate. And they violated their own policies and sent him to maximum just because they thought that he had been rude. And this sort of discretion is so easy to abuse, and there are no protections against it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thanks. Nick. Thanks. Welcome back.
Hello again, Chair Oyer and honorable members of the committee. My name is Haley McKee. I am here tonight in my capacity as chair of the Super PAC. I was at one point the lobbyist for Open Doors for the solitary confinement campaign. I worked on that for about 2 years, and I was in this room in this committee maybe about 14 months ago testifying on the solitary bill when it was raised that we were called inmates, and it was raised by the president of the Brotherhood of Correctional Officers that he had submitted a packet of our disciplinary offenses while we were incarcerated to your committee. I think there's one person on this committee who was not here for that at that time. And I've heard a lot of things in this building, great, terrible, everything in between. And I remember turning around and actually looking at Nick, who was my employer at the time, because I was shocked that was actually a thing. And I can say from firsthand experience, there was really nothing for me to be submitted about me. He managed to print articles about my car accident because I had had no bookings while I was incarcerated, which I found to be a low blow because I'm an open book. I will talk about that. I'm very candid about what I've done in my past. And I think maybe as a result of the fact that there was no paper trail on me, last year my employers get phone calls at my day job by Mr. Ferruccio. I have cars parked outside of my house tailing me for days that we couldn't pay to have plates run on these cars. I feel crazy even saying this stuff because it happened both years that I was the lobbyist, and it went on for days at a time. As a matter of fact, the same night that I left here, I believe it was a late night, they were in my alleyway at 1 o'clock in the morning when I got home again. And the director at the time, she apologized and just said, "I'm sorry that they're following you." So I actually feel crazy talking about this like a conspiracy theorist of some sort, and I'm actually quite a reasonable person, I think. So the retaliation, I'm fine. I'm a conditioned advocate who can take this kind of intimidation, right? But when we're asking people who have been exposed to these conditions and are broken by them and broken by these systems to be brave and share what they've survived in this building for the first time, it's already an unnerving experience. To put them in the line of fire where there can be retaliatory things such as their bookings being brought up. And I don't know if y'all took the time to read the 100 pages that were submitted to you last year. I think you may have done it again this year. It's pretty petty, right? I think it actually reinforced our argument as to why solitary confinement needs to be ended. You know, retaliation goes beyond the paperwork. Unfortunately, there have been members who have advocated for solitary confinement who have loved ones who are currently incarcerated, who find themselves in solitary confinement the day after their loved one advocates and gets paid personal visits by the president who say, I heard this person likes to carry a sign and has a lot to say. I'm concerned about other people at this point, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Joe Benton, Brandon Robinson, Jackie Kennedy, Tyrone Scholl, excuse me. Okay. Thank you. Brandon, welcome.
How you doing? Never mind. I got it. How you doing, committee members? My name is Brandon Robinson. As you know, I am the campaign manager and lobbyist for the Reform Solitary Confinement Act and the Stop Torture Coalition. As the campaign manager, it is my job to go over members who are formerly incarcerated or civilians who want to come forward and tell their story. In running these trainings, which is called the Speakers Bureau, I now have to adjust the way I teach them or guide them in telling a story coherently, and have to warn them that they may be bullied or retaliated against due to them using their First Amendment. Even though, whatever they did in the past, they did their time for, and now they're out living their life, doing the right thing, and trying to come forward and advocate for change and for justice. But they have to be scared that they're going to be retaliated against or bullied. One of our advocates, who is a civilian, never been to prison, was bullied by Mr. Ferruccio a couple of months ago, and his house was described. He looked him up. He researched his phone number because of his testimony in the Senate, and he looked his house up on Google Maps, and then he described it to him. Now imagine if it was one of you and somebody described where you lived at with your family and your kids. How would you feel? Right? This is the kind of thing that was done to him right before his testimony, which made him not want to testify. And as a campaign manager, it's my job to reassure these individuals that it's okay, that you guys don't bite, that you're all right, that you're going to listen to them and give them an honest chance. But when you got somebody like that who is bullying them on the sideline, it's a deterrence for y'all to hear the truth. And it's also my duty and part of my job to ensure that, that they're being as honest as possible. And, we try to go over the records and make sure everything everybody's saying is true, but we can't always check everybody's record. And sometimes, even last year, I was one of the people who he submitted my record, my institutional record, on the record, and he tried to talk about, how I got bookings and stuff like that, but then he had to tell you about how all the good stuff I did over the time I was locked up. So all of the stuff that he's doing is really for no reason. It's really pettiness, as they said, and intimidation for those who may not be aware of how this process actually works. So, we leave it in your hands to make the difference in passing the bills like this to protect the innocent people that are coming up here trying to advocate for justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, thank you. Welcome to the committee. You just push down the button and make sure that it's up.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Kennedy. I'm here to ask you to seriously consider this bill. I am under no restrictions, parole, probation, anything like that. I am a part of the Reform Solitary Confinement Coalition. I do have a godson who is currently incarcerated in Max. When he and my friend found out that I was part of this coalition, they actually saw me testify on Capitol TV, very politely and nicely asked me to stop going to visit him because he was concerned about retaliation. I don't know if you know anyone who is incarcerated to actually ask for a visit to stop. You're afraid. I have been incarcerated in the past, and I know visits are a very treasured thing, to have someone come up from the outside world to visit you. I myself, I question, I've talked to Brandon and Nick also, about will I be retaliated against. This is something that's passionate to me. I've spent time in solitary confinement. I know what it's done to me personally. I know what it's done to my fiance. I know what it's done to other people. It's something that I'm passionate about, that I think a change needs to be done. I also have to live in the world. I have to get up and go to work. I don't want to be afraid because I am speaking what I think is my God-given right to use my voice. I think that we really need to take a look at people being able to speak. That's all I'm doing is here. Like, you can speak, I should be able to speak and not worry about being retaliated against. And I think this is something that I hope that you will really give thought to. If you're not going to pass the act, at least let us all be able to come to you and be able to say why we think you should without being retaliated against. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, thank you. Welcome to the committee.
Yes, my name is Tyrone Scholl, and I'm here in regards to the retaliation bill. And I thank you for giving me the time to speak. I have a brother that is incarcerated at this moment, and he called me. He said, "Man, what are you doing? You're gonna get me in trouble. How am I gonna get you in trouble? I'm out here doing this now. I'm out on parole. I was doing life. Project Innocence from Boston helped me get out because the parole board wanted me to admit to something I didn't do. So I was doing life without parole as far as they was concerned. Well, like I said, Project Innocence helped me get out. Mike DeLorean was one of the attorneys that helped me get out of prison. But like I was saying, my brother, when he called me, he said, "What am I doing?" Because he might get in trouble behind me doing what I'm doing. I feel I have done solitary confinement. I've done prison time. I know what it's like. I want to help other people get over the fear that they're gonna have, like I had. I'm still paranoid to this day for being in prison almost 27 years. I don't like being around too many people. I like having my back up against the wall. You're paranoid from being in segregation by yourself all the time, locked up. And I feel that retaliation is going to happen somewhere along the line to my brother, and I want to try not to let that happen because I'm speaking. And I feel this is a good way to show that I care about what's happening in regards to this retaliation.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Stephen Mateto, Alicia Liberty, Amanda Smiles.
Matito. So everybody else is not here. We did have one person that wanted to speak.
Okay, come on forward. Yep. And if you just want to let us know your name, and you can go ahead with your testimony. Thank you for coming.
Hello. Work.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Mon-Friday. I work at DARE. I'm also a longtime resident of Providence, Rhode Island, and I advocate. Like the gentleman that spoke before me. He's been in seg. He advocates for solitary confinement. It's we shouldn't be getting threatened or deterred from doing what we're doing. I think it's a good thing, and I hope you guys consider this bill. Like we should be able to do this without fear or retaliation or our record being brought up. We already did the time for our crimes and stuff like that. And yeah, that's why we're here testifying. We did the jail time. We did solitary confinement time. And yeah, please consider this bill to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That does conclude the public witness list for Senate Bill 894. I'd entertain a motion to hold, moved by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Takoyan. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 894 is held. Before we move on, we have a couple senators who are out of the room attending to other commitments. Senator Lamont would like to be recorded in the affirmative on any votes that he may have missed, as well as Senator McKinney, Senator Burke, Senator Takoyan, Senator Raptakis, I think the entire committee. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, we're going to move back up a couple items on the agenda, back to Chair Sosnowski's bill, Senate Bill 887. This legislation funds the State Crime Victims Compensation Program through an additional $2 fine on traffic violations, exclusive of violations related to the parking of vehicles. I know Jeremy Costa signed up for this. Robert Craven Jr. I know the treasurer, Carol, welcome. And that's all I have signed up. So if there's anyone else who wants to testify on this, welcome to come forward.
Good evening, Chairwoman, and members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to consider this alongside your lengthy agenda for the evening. I'm here with Carol Aguas-Vivas, who's the former director of the Crime Victims Compensation Program. She can offer any comments as well. But we appear before you on behalf of Senate Bill 887, which Chairwoman Sosnowski introduced on behalf of the General Treasurer. This bill effectively expands access to the Crime Victims Compensation Program, which is a program administered out of the Office of the General Treasurer that helps innocent victims of crime allay the impact of the crimes that were committed against them, whether it be medical bills, the costs of crime scene cleanup, burial expenses, things of that nature. The programs, over the last 4 years, the programs helped nearly 1,300 individuals to pay these expenses, and we hope to, through this legislation, continue to help individuals do so. So this bill effectively has three changes to it. The first is that it looks to secure a more reliable funding mechanism for the program, and it does that through a $2 surcharge on moving violations. This would be in addition to whatever the ticket is. It would exclude parking violations as well, so it wouldn't come from any other budget. The second is that it tries to make the program more accessible to victims of sexual assault. And the third is that it allows program funds to be expended for modest home security measures to ensure victim safety. So to the first, the $2 surcharge, there's 13 other states that do this currently. And in recent years, the unfortunate side effect of criminal reinvestment acts and criminal reclassification acts have decreased the funding for the program. And since the Criminal Reinvestment Act in 2016, it's decreased by $400,000. And as a result, we've had to rely on budgetary appropriations. So we're trying to get a secure source of funding. To the sexual assault exams, right now, in order to qualify under the program, you have to report a crime to the police within 15 days of its occurrence. And the reality is that, especially given the nature of these crimes, that often doesn't happen. What this would do would allow a medical forensic examination conducted by a healthcare provider to stand in the place of the police report. Wouldn't replace the police report, that would be an option as well, but for this class of victims, it would allow them to have a rape kit done at a hospital, and for that to provide objective proof that a crime's been committed, for them to qualify. And the third and final, and I'll be brief here, is that right now an individual can qualify for up to $5,000 to relocate, but given the housing market, given personal considerations, that's not always possible. So this would allow $1,000 to rekey, up to $1,000 of whatever an individual's award would be, to rekey a lock in their house, to put up security cameras, just something to ensure their safety. And Carol and I would be glad to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator McKinney.
Robert, I'm not questioning the need for further funding, but I'm just wondering how well funded is the Victims' Compensation Fund at this time?
Carol, do you have a more accurate sense?
Sure. So right now, the Crime Victim Compensation Program is in need of funding. For the last 3 years, the legislature has given us one time $700,000, another time $400,000, $500,000 to be able to maintain the program and pay victims of violent crime. The $2 will possibly help us with the finance needs, and then we are not going to need the help of the legislators, or we'll need less funding to keep the program.
And Senator, the program's total budget the last 2 years has been in the neighborhood of $1.5 million.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Senator Quesada.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. I want to thank Carol for being here and both of them. And I know the great work this program does, especially for community of color who benefits from this program many times. And I really see the passion that since she being in this program and been working so good for the community. And I really very proud of the work that Carol done with this program for the last almost 8 years that she being part of the Treasurer Department. Thank you, Carol, for the great work, and we really appreciate it. And I'm sure so many families in the community are very grateful for the great work that this program does.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the witness? Seeing none. Mr. Costa, we're on Senator Sosnowski's.
Yes,
Great.
I have some questions in regards to Senate Bill 887, actually. And there's a few amendments here, and I don't know if you guys have seen this. I don't know if all of you guys have read this bill. But first off, in regards to this bill, there's a section here, 122528, that states that a felony, a misdemeanor, a petty misdemeanor, or, and then they just added this, or a traffic violation is eligible for compensation through criminal compensation. Now, I don't like that. You're talking about civil violations that are now merging into, now we're merging civil violations, traffic violations, and making criminal compensation. We're incentivizing criminal compensation. We're incentivizing it, meaning that there are people that could be wrongfully incarcerated right now, and utilizing witnesses' testimony of individuals that are being incentivized to lie to juries to keep them incarcerated and financially incentivizing them through the victim witness fund. And let me explain that again. So we have a situation where we have an inmate that is incarcerated for child neglect, and that individual is being held not only maybe for a phony charge, not only for a phony charge, but is also being incentivized through compensation. How is that beneficial for the inmate? How does that, so we're only going to look at what the victim is receiving. This only looks at what the victim is receiving. This is not looking at the other side of the envelope, where we have inmates that are wrongfully incarcerated and that are being compensated.
Let me try and answer your question.
Yeah.
First of all, we do read all the bills, so it's disingenuous to suggest that we don't.
Well,
we all read the bills.
You don't.
Yes,
but you're saying you do. Okay.
But we all read the bills. And secondly, this bill apparently, in my reading of it, and I've been reading statutes for 35 years, says that if someone commits an offense and they pay a fine, a portion of that fine goes into the victim's indemnity fund. We're not incentivizing anybody. What we're doing is we're putting money into the fund so that true victims of crimes who are worthy of it have the funds in which to be reimbursed if they can't be reimbursed for other ways. So, and we're talking, I haven't done this statute in 1,000 times, but in 1,000 years. But Bob, the last time I knew, a wrongful death could only pay $25,000. So this is not a huge amount of money to the victim. But it has nothing to do with incentivizing everybody. And in fact, I disagree with you. I don't read the bill once. I probably read the bill 20 times, as we all do.
Okay, but the bottom line is that there's punitive damages that, and Lamont's going to have a bill that's going to introduce that. There are punitive damages that can be utilized to receive compensation. There are punitive damages that you could go through civil courts to be able to receive the damages on these cases. You don't have to punish the criminal on top of what they're already being punished. That's what this bill's doing. It seems like, yes, it's filling up a fund. It's filling a fund. But if that's the case, then this should be in finance. This shouldn't be in judiciary. This should be in finance.
Respectfully, no, that's not what the bill is doing. What the bill is doing is every criminal charge that you have always or often carries a monetary amount with it. or a monetary amount. A portion of that monetary amount, according to the statute now, which has been in effect for at least since I've been a lawyer, and we're adding only one portion of that statute. Now, if someone is guilty of a traffic violation and they pay a fine, a portion of that fine, namely $2, will go into this fund. That's all it's saying. It's not incentivizing anybody.
Well, you're saying a traffic violation, but a traffic violation is not a criminal conduct. It is civil conduct.
Thank you, Mr.
Right?
Costa.
So I'm just trying to get clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Senator Quesada.
It doesn't, thank you, Madam Chair. It don't have nothing to do with a traffic violation, but they're saying each traffic violation, they would get $2 to put it into the fund. You are confusing the bill. And I had to say, I had a family of mine who their boyfriend got killed, and she had 3 years old. And through the program, that kid was able to get $25,000 for her future. Then it really is not the way you put in this. It's really making that difference in so many families, and especially family of color. Then I really disagree with you, but it don't have nothing to do with ticket. It's saying that they're going to take $2 for each ticket violation.
Right. That $2 tax. I understand.
Yeah. Okay?
That's fine.
But
$2 tax is too much.
so many family who benefiting from this program, especially family of color, then I don't understand why you're against it.
Because $2 is $2 too much. We are taxing way too much to these people. Civil traffic violations should not be in any way, shape, or form in any criminal proceeding. They're civic violations. That's all I need to say. They're civic violations.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. That does conclude the testimony on Senate Bill 887. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Chacoyan, seconded by Senator Lamount, and all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Senate Bill 887 is held for further study. Next up, we have Senate Bill 961 by Senator Paolino. This legislation requires certain candidates for state and municipal political office and political action committees to designate a financial institution as a depository for campaign funds. We have Mr. Costa and Hannah Stern. Hannah had written only.
I think it's a good bill. I think that there needs to be, this is, yep, I think it's a good bill. And I think that hopefully this will deter some of these Congress people from running, because now they'll have to have somebody watch over their contributions and their deposits or their affiliations. There'll be a little bit more oversight. I think it's very important that there's oversight. I think that there's too many people running for office knowing that they're going to lose, but they just want to be part of this. I'm not exactly sure why we have so many people running for Congress, but I hope that this bill is actually going to reduce the amount of people by having some rules and regulations in regards to the funding. So the bottom line is, this is a pretty good bill. It seems like it put some rules and regulations around contributions, around fundraising and whatnot. So if it has to do with shortening the amount of people or lessening the amount of people that are going for these positions, which would be elected officials, I think that that's important, that we start putting some parameters around their campaigns, because I think that this is a Wild West around here, and we need to be able to elect people that are going to be fiscally responsible, and I don't think that everyone that we are electing are fiscally responsible, and that's why I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. That does conclude the witness list for Senate Bill 961. I would entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamount and seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 961 is held for further study. Next up, we have Senate Bill 1008 by Senator Lombardo. This authorizes websites to be used for publication of legal notices and advertisements effective January 1st, 2024. We have Mr. Costa.
I just agree with that.
You're in support. Thank you. And then, oh, you disagree or you support?
I agree with the advertisement.
You're in support. Yeah, I have you marked down as support on the.
You said amended, correct?
Yep. Yep.
Yes, because I want to make sure broadband is available to all before we just try to take the easy way out.
Thank you. We also had John Marion, who has signed up, and Stephen Brown were both in opposition. That does conclude the public witness list for Senate Bill 1008. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamount and seconded by Senator Chacoyan. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1008 is held for further study. Senate
1056.
Next up, we have Senate Bill 1010 by Senator Zurier. This changes the primary date for the election of delegates to the national conventions and for presidential preference from the fourth Tuesday in April to April 2nd, 2024. This is being done to make sure that we're accommodating for the Passover holiday. And so with that, we had John Marion, who was signed up in support. And that does conclude the public witness list for Senate Bill 1010. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Chacoyan, seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1010 is held for further study. Next up, we have Senator Murray's bill. Senate Bill 1014. This amends the current requirement of payment of initial filing fee and service of process costs when the victim of crime is still owed restitution at the expiration of the case and seeks to enforce civil judgment entered at disposition. We don't have anybody signed up on this legislation. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamount and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1014 is held for further study. Next up, we have Senate Bill 1015 by Senator Lombardi. Senator Lombardi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know there were people signed up to testify on this bill. I will be very brief. This is essentially generically referred to as the defelonization bill. It stems from my belief now that we've done enough in terms of punishment for the pandemic or the epidemic of drug addiction. And this seeks to focus more on treatment than on punishment by eliminating the stigma that I see with a felony conviction associated with that type of situation. Also, the social consequences associated with a felony conviction and all of the evidence demographics that suggest racial and ethnic inequalities, injustice, and then the trickle-down effect on housing, employment, and education. I think that this is an attempt to try and focus more on the system of treatment and devote our resources to treatment rather than to incarceration. And I'm sure there's many here to testify.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor? All right, I don't see any. We have Dr. Josiah Rich, Jace Becker, Aaron Thompson. I'm just going to read through names as I call your name if you want to come forward to the table. So Jace Becker, Aaron Thompson, Lori McDougall.
She'll be here in 1 second.
Okay. Charles Harrison.
He was here to make a lot of people.
All right. And if you just want to let me know your name when you start, and if you want to go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Erin Thompson. I'm a lifelong Rhode Island resident and URI alumni living in Warwick, Rhode Island. I am here in strong support of Bill S-1015. I manage the Harm Reduction Innovation Lab, which works to support and improve the lives of people who use drugs through research. The first study I will be talking about today is a nationwide media analysis of language and rhetoric used around the implementation of overdose prevention centers. During the analysis, we found that stigma was very apparent. The top 3 concerns expressed in the articles we analyzed were increased crime, enabling drug use, and social decay, meaning unsafe environments. All 3 of these concerns have been proven invalid in research on communities where these sites currently operate. This type of stigma influences the choices people make about where and how they use. The fear, criminalization, and judgment. So they fear criminalization and judgment, so they often use alone without anyone there who would be able to provide Narcan or medical attention should they need it. Our team is working to address this in Rhode Island through a second research study that will bring overdose detection technologies to businesses and organizations in Rhode Island. We're targeting places where people may use drugs alone, such as a fast food restroom, and we will be offering them the chance to install a motion sensor system that can detect occupancy and micromovements in a person's chest to determine their breathing rate. If their breathing goes below 7 breaths per minute, which is the point at which brain damage would set in, it will automatically notify a staff member to come check the room and respond by administering Narcan, calling EMS, or providing other medical attention. Currently, we are surveying managers of businesses located in overdose hotspots across Rhode Island to gauge interest in having these devices installed. Many business owners express concern that installing these devices and acknowledging overdoses have occurred in their building would have a negative impact on their business due to the stigma. I highlight this to further demonstrate how stigma and criminalization of substance use create barriers to health and safety. The stigma for drug use is very apparent, and local overdose rates are very high. I support this bill because decreased criminalization of personal possession will reduce the stigma caused by criminalization, which will in turn directly impact the overdose rates. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Thank you. Ma'am, you may proceed.
Thank you for hearing me today. Esteemed Chairman and committee members, I'm here to speak on SB 1015 to expand misdemeanor possession to 28 grams. My name is Laurie McDougall, and I am the mom of a son who struggles with opioid use. It's a battle that he fights every day with every inch of himself. I have also worked with various peer organizations in Rhode Island, and I now work with families with a loved one with substance use disorder, teaching evidence, skills, and strategies that help families become a resource for their loved one. I want to share a story with you. Recently, my son experienced a recurrence. And he brought home some pills, and I happened to find them in his pocket. There were around 10 pills inside of that bag. To put things in perspective, one of those pills could easily weigh about 10 grams. That's one pill. Anything above one pill, he could have been arrested for possession. So, raising the personal use limit to 28 grams will give the leeway for the possession of about 3 pills. Through an evidence-based methodology that I teach family members something called CRAFT, Community Reinforcement and Family Training. We know that punishing people, especially for an illness that is heavily linked to trauma, only creates more trauma, making it ever more complicated and difficult to recover. Arresting people for substances for personal use only creates more trauma and mountainous barriers to living life for a most vulnerable population. Rhode Island is in the forefront of making positive change to stave off the opioid epidemic, much to the gratitude going to legislators' recognition of the need of policy changes that reduce and eliminate the barriers to help people improve their lives. Let's do it again.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Thank you, ladies. Our next set of witnesses, and I'll start in order. Amy Hoft, Dr. Matt Perney, Brandon Robinson, Jew Park, and Monica Smith. All right, let's try Lisa Peterson. Brandon, you know my rule about ladies first, so we're going to start on my left.
That's perfect.
Welcome to the committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Lisa Peterson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at VICTA. We are a multi-specialty behavioral health organization over on Elmwood Ave here in Providence. And I'm coming to talk to you about the impact of criminalization on people's efforts to gain recovery and maintain recovery. As you are all well aware, our behavioral health system is strained beyond its limits. It's on the brink of being in shambles. I'm trying to remain hopeful. And I know that this body's worked really hard to reinvest and to rebuild that system. But in the meantime, the resources that we have are extremely limited. I'm still seeing clients, despite my role in leadership, because we simply don't have enough providers. And what is happening as an unintended consequence of criminalization is that people can't develop the life worth living in recovery that will help them not need my services anymore. I've been treating one individual for 4 years. He has been abstinent for all 4 of those years, has had no rearrests, has had no hospitalizations, has utilized far fewer services, and he just finally last week was able to get a job that will actually pay his bills. I could have moved him along 2 years ago and made room for somebody else on my caseload, but the barriers that he faces because of felony convictions preclude things like housing, like many types of employment, like being involved in his kids' sports and activities. So this is both a matter of humanity in helping people recover, and it's also a matter of using our system wisely and maximizing our resources by allowing people to get well when they are on that path. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of this witness? Ms. Park, welcome to the committee.
Good evening, senators and everyone in this room. My name is Ju Park. I'm an assistant professor at Brown University in the School of Medicine, and I teach and conduct research on U.S. drug policy, and I support Senate Bill 1015. Every federal administration since Nixon has ramped up the war on drugs to appear tough on crime. But where has it gotten us? It has gotten us fentanyl, it has gotten us lots and lots of overdoses, and generations of Americans burdened with felonies. As a society, we've used the law to punish people who should be treated by the medical system. By intervening on prescription opioids and then heroin, we got fentanyl. And this is actually called the Iron Law of Prohibition, written by Professor Leo Beletsky, a law professor at Northeastern. And what this law predicts is that these types of actions, interdicting on the drug market, will cause and incentivize the market to produce more and more potent, concealable opioids. And so this is why we have this illicit fentanyl epidemic. And we cannot arrest our way out of this epidemic. My research in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Maryland has shown that in addition to causing the barriers that Lisa just mentioned, arrest for drug possession is the #1 barrier to accessing harm reduction services. So about this bill, 10 grams, it's a third of the charges actually are stimulants, not fentanyl. So things like cocaine and methamphetamine. Pill users are more affected by this. Also crack cocaine users who are more likely to be arrested and charged over powdered cocaine users just because of the substance itself. It's weightier, it's cheaper, it's more dilute. This bill could divert approximately 30% of the cocaine cases we see, and that can really help to reduce racial disparities as well. As we know, BIPOC communities in Rhode Island are more likely to be targeted for fentanyl and cocaine arrests, so this would really help. Drug addiction is a treatable medical condition, as you all know. We would never arrest smokers for having lung cancer to try to force them into treatment or punish them and, teach them a lesson. Let's stop wasting taxpayer dollars. As a taxpayer, I would say let's vote for science against racism and fear. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Just one comment. Any product of the Northeastern School of Law is going to be a stellar product because I speak from experience.
I didn't know.
Brandon, welcome back to the committee.
How you doing, committee members? Brandon Robinson. I'm an 80s baby. So growing up in the 80s, in the 90s, I grew up walking to school seeing crack bottles on the ground. Nope. Yes. Okay. Like I was saying. So I grew up walking to school seeing crack bottles on the ground. And I've seen many family members and friends addicted to the uses of drugs also get locked up for small possessions of drugs. And this basically set them back in the educational system, stopped them from being able to gain employment and or housing. With the passage of this bill, it would help not depopulate or reduce the recidivism rate in the training school as well as the ACI, just because of people would not be getting locked up for the simple possessions of less than 28 grams. This would help people reintegrate back in the community a lot better. Working at Open Doors, we provide wraparound services for individuals coming out of the prison system. And a lot of them are coming out for these simple possessions that they could have been avoiding in the first place. So with the passage of this bill, it would help depopulate the prison system for the training school and the ACI, as well as reduce the recidivism rate for these simple possessions. And it's a law that needs to be passed.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Panel, thank you very much. The next set of witnesses we have, Evan Timbo. Okay, I know Pat Ford is here. Stacy Levin. Okay, how about Krista Thomas Soares? And we have one more, Herbert Ramy. Michelle McKenzie. Okay. Okay, we'll start with Krista in the middle.
Good evening. Thank you all for having me. I'm here in strong support of Bill 1015. My name is Krista Thomas Sowers. I run a harm reduction focused drop-in center in Woonsocket, Rhode Island, and I work with a lot of people who are impacted by felony records from drug possession and a number of other things. And I cannot overstate what a significant barrier it is to people when they're in their recovery, when they're doing well, when they're succeeding. This stuff haunts you for years and years and years. I can't also overstate the importance for the focus on racial disparities. We know that the drug war is a classist and racist attack on communities of color and poor communities. I would like to just draw attention to who gets felony charges for using and selling drugs. I saw this week that the Sackler family will be shielded from all civil liability in their role in perpetuating and creating the opioid crisis that we are now all very desperately trying to quash today in our own communities. I know that the family bragged about a blizzard of prescriptions, and they were knowingly deceiving patients and doctors, over-prescribing really strong painkillers on the street, which created the market for heroin and illicit fentanyl to proliferate through the streets. Those people are not going to have felony charges on their records. They are not going to spend a day in jail, but our communities are consistently impacted by these laws. People who have substance use disorder need to be met with compassion, respect, and understanding. If people are picked up and they need access to treatment, we still don't have treatment on demand in Rhode Island. A lot of people, when they're struggling and need help, cannot access it. During 2021, 2022 alone, we lost an estimated almost 200,000 lives in the U.S. alone with the overdose crisis. So it's time we actually take a common sense policy perspective here, stop having a punitive carceral approach to what we know is a public health crisis, and meet people where they're at, which means stop locking people up for behavioral health and substance use crises. We have to do better by people because prohibition, criminalization, it's leading to death, it's leading to a high recidivism rate, and again, I don't know why we have to keep saying that these are human beings. They deserve to be treated with compassion and respect and not locked away for the rest of us to forget about.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of this witness? Ma'am, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Chairman and esteemed members. My name is Michelle McKenzie. I am a person in long-term recovery. I also have been doing research that's focused on overdose prevention for the last 15 years and run a program called Preventing Overdose, also for the last 15 years, Preventing Overdose and Naloxone Intervention. And I will not reiterate just to say that the testimony that you've been heard so far about the damage that's caused by felony possession laws is absolutely true, and we see it. And I'd like to share with you some information from folks that we've talked to over the last 2 years. We have done surveys with 400 people who report use in the last 30 days. In this particular group of folks, it's people who use daily and use services at our harm reduction organizations throughout the state, like Safe Haven and Woonsocket, Project Weber Renew, Parent Support, in a variety of locations throughout the state. And what you could say is it's folks who are really struggling, who use every day, who are unhoused, do not have their own bed to sleep in, and yet people report using multiple substances, and part of that is because life is so tough that the substances help people just not be as aware of the things that are going on in their lives. But the other thing is that people report specifically using like methamphetamine to stay up at night because they don't feel safe. And I give this example because it points to the reason that we need a greater number of grams than 10 grams. There's been great work done by this body, by the legislature in our state, and I'm so proud of it in terms of If Dr. Rich had been here, he would have testified on the amazing law that passed in 1999 that decriminalized syringes, made syringes legal in the state, which made dramatic public health impacts. Passing the law for the Overdose Prevention Center, passing the law, we were the first in the country to allow, to pass being able to distribute and use fentanyl test strips and other drug checking devices. These were, this is amazing work, but we have more work to do because, as you've heard already, over 400 people died in 2021, and more than that, and another 400 plus people died in 2022 from overdose. We need to continue to innovate. And in addition to the fact that people just possess for themselves more than 10 grams, we know that people...
I'm going to ask you to finish up, okay?
Okay, sure. The stigma associated with and the fear of arrest causes people not to call 911 when an overdose occurs. 40% of the people we talked to did not call 911 when they intervene in an overdose, in part because of this fear. It adds to the public health crisis.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Thank you. Mr. Ford, welcome to the committee.
Thank you all. And again, thank you for yet another late night. I know that I think we're about to set a record.
This is no record.
Oh, I mean over the last
no
week
record.
or two.
Until breakfast is served for you at 6:30 a.m., that's a record.
I truly believe, by the way, that New York system, testimony should not be allowed to go on past the closing hours of New York system, okay? My name is Pat Ford. I'm with an organization called the Coalition Radio Network. Yes, I am testifying, and just like someone that I admire a great deal, who also does, Steve Alquist, working in the media. Think of this as our editorial pages. I rise in support, obviously, of this legislation. I'm just going to say this. When I look past, if you will, the last 100 years or so of criminal justice history, the war on alcohol, the war on drugs, the war on sex work, the war on the visibly poor, and now the war on those who are in addiction, I've come to realize a couple of simple facts, if you will. Criminalizing human behavior is doomed to failure. Criminalizing addiction is just plain cruel. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next set of witnesses, Delaney Whitaker, Alicia Preddy,
She wasn't able to make it.
Samantha Bineta,
Also unable to.
Rachel Serafinsky, Juan Turbidez. Okay, we'll start on my right, your left. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Delaney Whitaker. I'm a Providence resident, and I work in overdose prevention. I'm here in support of this bill. So one of the things I do is conduct naloxone trainings with community members, and a question I often get during those trainings is whether there could be potential legal ramifications for administering naloxone, for calling for emergency medical attention in case of an overdose, and whether people might be targeted by law enforcement simply for carrying naloxone. And when people raise these concerns, I tell them about the Rhode Island's Good Samaritan Law, which provides a certain level of legal protection for people seeking medical attention for themselves or others in case of an overdose. That said, there remains a level of concern that's legitimate because of criminalization of drugs, that people might face targeting by law enforcement or criminalization for administering naloxone, seeking medical attention, or simply carrying naloxone. This bill would reduce some of that barrier, alleviate some of the fear that people have for using what is ultimately a really simple, low-risk, life-saving tool, and seeking appropriate medical care for people, preventing fatal overdose and saving the lives of our community members.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, and good evening. Can you hear me? Is that better? Yes. Okay. My name is Rachel, and I'm speaking in strong support of this bill. I work as a project coordinator for research projects involving community drug checking, harm reduction, and low barrier access to medication treatment for opioid use disorder. Through my work involving low barrier access to medication treatment, I've talked to and worked with many people who have felt pushed away from trying to access treatment due to stigma, due to fear of incarceration because of continued use of other substances when they're starting treatment. I remember every person that I've worked with and their experiences, and there's one in particular that I think about often. This person was starting medication treatment when we met, and every time I met with them thereafter, they had looked healthier, happier, more hopeful, and just overall better. One day I didn't hear from them, and about a month later, they reached out. They were picked up by police, and they were held in jail for about a week. When they left the system, when they were released, they ended up turning to fentanyl for relief of their withdrawal symptoms, and they ended up having a non-fatal overdose. They were afraid to reach out and to restart treatment due to the stigma around starting use again. And on top of that, the socioeconomic barriers that were in place for them as well. There are missed opportunities for helping people when we lock them up. The reality is that people are less fearful to ask for help if they aren't scared of getting in trouble. Instead of criminalizing people who have a disease and furthering the stigma and barriers they face to live a normal life when they're released, we should be putting our effort toward practices and policies that actually help people, including low barrier access to treatment. I think this bill is important and a critical step in the right direction to saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? Thank you so much. Welcome to the committee.
Hello. My name is Juan. I work at Direct Action for Race and Equality out of Providence. I just want to say I've been out for 3 years. I got locked up, and I can honestly say like I had 3.5 as a ball, and I got charged with 4 grams. So this is like the type of dirty game they play. The cards are already stacked against us, you know. So I think that this bill will help, you know, and we all know who this is affecting. It's affecting people of color, brown and black people in the community. It's not affecting like other kids, white kids. This is affecting black people. And the war on drugs, you know, I feel like this has been going on for too long. You know, I don't know the exact law, but it's like if you get caught with an ounce, it's like they charge you with an ounce or a kilo. That's crazy, you know. But I feel like the game is rigged, you know, and hopefully you guys pass this bill. This has been going on for too long. It sucks. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for this witness? Senator Chakoyan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More of a comment than a question. Actually, I want to applaud Senator Lombardi for introducing this. Several years ago, when I was a police chief, I think the Attorney General was pushing this, a very similar bill for anything under an ounce would be a simple possession. And I think there was a lot of valid points to it then. It appears there's much more an appetite for that today. I know at the time I was one of the few police chiefs that had agreed with him at the time, but I had asked the senator if there was anybody that signed up in opposition, and the fact that nobody signed up, maybe there is a shift. Maybe there is a shift in this paradigm, but I think there's a lot of validity to what's been discussed this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any comments or questions additionally? All right, seeing none, thank you all. Next up, we have Christina Vasquez, Alexis Morales, Debbie Harris, Karen Cawley, Cheryl Robinson, Francisco Fernandez, Bonnie Piersky, and Haley McKee. welcome. We'll start on my right if you want to go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Christina Vasquez. I'm a medical student, but of course not here on behalf of Brown or the Warren Alpert Medical School. I'm sure you guys have heard a lot and you have your hearts in the right place. There's just something that we kind of had drilled into us in medical school that I wanted to share with you. And it's that for all the training I'm going to go through and all the years, doctors and the medical field in general, we can only affect people's health by about 10%. And the fate of people's health and their lives and their well-being is about what happens out there in the world around them. They can't really be saved by a hospital. So it's really, a lot of it has to do with what happens in this room, you know? So thank you for your time and for listening to this bill. And of course, I'm in support of SB 1015.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? Right, I don't see any. Thank you. We'll go next on the table. Welcome.
Okay, perfect. My name is Francisco Fernandez, and I'm a person in recovery. I work at Safe Haven with Ms. Krista as my boss. This bill is extremely important. Like everybody else has been saying, it affects us when it comes to work, trying to find an apartment, just our daily lives. I've struggled for years to try to get into an apartment, but because of my background, it's extremely hard. This watch has stopped. Funny, a long time ago. And this is a representation of this bill that needs to be passed, because time for us has stopped a long time ago. We need this bill, and we needed it about 15 years ago. It's very, very important. I just don't know how else to explain it. You really want to know how it affects us? Come to Safe Haven. Go to East Bay. Go to Anchor. Go to the encampments and talk to the people, and you'll know. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for this witness? All right, thank you. Welcome back.
Hello again, committee members. My name is Haley McKee. I'm here tonight as a lobbyist for the Super PAC. Senator Taquin just hit the nail right on the head. This is the same bill. It is on its 5th year being heard in this building. We had asked Attorney General Peter Nerona to spearhead it. He did. We were grateful for that. And it's kind of now back to public health. And I think he also made the point is now there's no opposition from law enforcement. This body has done some amazing things. You are nationally lauded for the work that you've done to support people and save lives, people who use drugs and people who are in recovery. Just to touch on this, what this bill is aiming to do is to take it a little step further. So of the people who are arrested in Rhode Island on this charge, and there's about 1,700 of these incidents a year in our tiny state, about 40% of the people, when we take a snapshot on any given year, who are arrested in possession, simple possession, not possession with intent, not manufacturing and delivery, are carrying in the 10 to 28 gram range. I was one of those people. When I used drugs, and Lori had touched on this earlier, the actual top weight on a pill is generally about a gram, 1.25 grams. Before I started injecting drugs, I used pills once I was cut off of my opioids for about 8 years. And I actually fell in a manufacturing and delivery category for weight on a daily basis because I would have about 28 diverted pills a day coming in at that weight. So I guess my point is that we're excluding a lot of people from participation. So another snapshot that we take is at Rhode. When we look, there's generally about 30 people being held with this as their highest offense at any given time. So a lot of people, while they're booked and sent home that day and just kind of saddled with this, for those 30 people who are in and out and cycling, it reduces their risk of overdose death is because when they're doing these short stints at the ACI, when they leave, they're opioid naive. Their tolerance for opioids, even if they're removed for a few short days, increases or decreases exponentially and puts them at further increased risk of harm. And of the people who Michelle had referenced earlier, who we survey, about 30% report that they've been incarcerated for 48 hours or more this year, or in the last 12 months, with 40% being on some sort of probation or parole. So for the people who are just booked and sent home, what this bill really does is, because we know that slapping somebody and criminalizing them has clearly not worked. It's really for people in recovery, and we are 23 million strong in America. We can fully participate in society once we get over this hump and recover and move on. And I've talked with thousands of people who are in recovery who use drugs, and the things that work for us, that sustain our recovery and our chances of survival, are usually positive things. It's reconnecting with a family member. Finding meaningful work is another huge one. Finding a hobby, riding horses, you name it, I've heard it all. It's generally not from more punitive measures. That is a measure of somebody's success and adherence to just having a happier lifestyle. And thank you for your time.
Senator Lombardi.
I would be remiss, Haley, if I didn't recognize you for your tremendous, vociferous advocacy on this bill. I know there wasn't a day that you didn't track me down. Many of us here that are veterans up here know your story and know how you pulled yourself up by your bootstraps, and you have altruistic intentions here, and I applaud you for everything you do.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Senator Quesada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say that I want to echo what my colleague just said, but your passion that you have on this issue is really, and everything that you do for the community, share your story, coming here all the time. Thank you for the great work that you do.
Thank you, Senator. It's a pleasure to work with you all every day. I really appreciate you all.
Thank you. All right. With that, we also have Hannah Stern signed up written only, and then Jeremy Costa. Welcome back.
Yeah. I don't have much to say in regards to this bill. Besides, of course, I support this bill. 5 years is 5 years too long. 1015 is really justice for a lot of people. And, I am impressed with some of the work that you guys are doing. So you guys can't say that I wouldn't have actually stayed this long. This bill is a must pass. This is going to put Rhode Island in the center and remove us from, because we're number 40 for recidivism. Meaning that we're top 10 in the country for recidivism. And if we want to, if we want to reduce the prison population, this is going to be an immediate way to do so. If we want to, reduce the growth, this is going to be a way to be able to do that. And we're going to be by force or by choice. The cost of running these private prisons, these state-run prisons, are absorbent. I don't know if you've seen the budget down in the Finance Committee for the Department of Corrections, but it's larger than any municipality besides Providence and Cranston. So we have to find ways to mitigate spending all this money on services that need help. Not only, but in 2020, let me just add this because I know you guys like to talk about money and federal funds. The government, Congress, has guaranteed the funding for any government agency or nonprofit that is willing to take on the recidivism and the substance abuse, if you want to say rehabilitation. So they're willing to fund those programs. So this is a way that you can empty out your prisons because it seems like they're going to be retroactive. Anybody that's been charged will be retroactive. Anybody that's been charged under 28 grams will be able to be charged with a misdemeanor and hopefully be sent home. So that's a wonderful thing. But the great thing is that you'll be able to put them in programs. You'll be able to put them in programs that are going to be beneficial for their reentry back into society, and they'll be funded by the federal government. It won't actually have to come from taxpayers directly out of Providence or surrounding states. The other thing that I have is, and I know that this is specifically for 28 grams from 10 grams, but these fines in here are absorbent. And I know this has nothing to do with the bill specifically, this bill, but we've got to reduce the amount of fines and fees. It says and/or, but you got $500,000 fines on some of these. $500,000, we got to get rid of some of these fines and fees, you know. But that's it. You know, if you want to fix your workforce shortage, this is the way to do it, you know. So that's really it.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. That does conclude the public witness list for Senate Bill 1015. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Mountain, seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1015 is held for further study. Next up, we'll move to Senator LaMountain's bill, Senate Bill 1040. Senator LaMountain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill would have repealed the collateral source rule in medical malpractice actions. It's pretty straightforward. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor? All right, I don't see any. We have Frank O'Brien, Lisa Tomaso, Mary McBurney. Welcome. Tony DeSisto submitted written testimony in support. We'll start on my left. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Frank O'Brien for the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. I'm signed up for 10 bills in a row. I intend to speak on all of them. No, not really. I will only speak on one. Submitted extensive written statements concerning this. This particular piece of legislation, while it deals with medical malpractice, it does repeal the collateral source rule, which is basically a rule that prevents double recovery. I've submitted some extensive statements concerning that, and I will yield my time to the witnesses to my left. Happy to answer any questions, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? I don't see any. Thank you so much. Welcome to the committee. Nope. Okay, yep. Lisa, we can go to you.
Sorry.
That's
Thank you.
okay.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I am Lisa Tomaso. I'm the Senior Vice President at the Hospital Association of Rhode Island. The Hospital Association of Rhode Island and its members oppose Senate Bills 1040, 41, 44, 48, 56, 57, and 58. Because of their impact on access to professional liability insurance for healthcare professionals. When we pass laws that make it difficult for healthcare professionals to acquire appropriate insurance, we are driving those professionals out of the state to other states where it is more accessible and more affordable. Rhode Island needs to be thinking about a holistic approach to becoming a destination for healthcare workers. And so we do encourage you to reconsider these pieces of legislation through that lens. I do have with me tonight Mary Welsh McBurney. She is a civil litigator who has expertise in professional liability, and she is much more knowledgeable and can speak much more articulately to these pieces of legislation. And so I will not say anything else and give the rest of my time to Mary.
Thank you, Chairman Oyer and members of the committee for allowing me to address you this evening. I understand that at this time of day, brevity is the soul of wit, so I'll try not to be too pedantic, but the collateral source rule that we're talking about repealing is actually the abrogation of a common law collateral source rule that we're going to talk about in a little while in a different bill that is now being codified or proposed to be codified, and why this is the repeal of this relief that was given to healthcare providers in the 1970s as part of a comprehensive healthcare insurance reform act is more important now than it has been in years. Rhode Island's healthcare system is in crisis. We have historic staffing problems. We have financial crunches from every side affecting healthcare, and we cannot recruit the excellent physicians to stay in Rhode Island who are educated here or to come and work here. And one of the impacts of that, one of the impacts on staffing is certainly the very plaintiff-friendly environment for litigation, particularly in the medical malpractice arena. And doctors rightfully have great senses of dread about this. So like Mr. O'Brien, I'm here to talk about 6 bills, and I break them into 2 categories. This bill that we're talking about right now falls into the category of undermining the financial stability of our hospitals, taking away the very few protections that the law currently affords. So what the current version of the collateral source rule that's being sought to be repealed tonight does is it allows only in medical malpractice cases, not in all personal injury cases, it's specific to the medical field and medical professional liability cases, to just put into evidence what is actually paid. And we know that what is actually paid for healthcare services is very different from what might be billed. This is a little tiny bit of relief that was given to help stabilize the financial viability of our healthcare systems in the 1970s when there was a crisis of medical malpractice professional liability insurance. Everybody left. Nobody would write insurance in Rhode Island because this jurisdiction was out of control with super high verdicts, absolutely unpredictable results, an underwriting nightmare. Commercial insurers left this jurisdiction in the 1970s. At that time, the legislature created the Medical Malpractice Joint Underwriting Association as an insurer of last resort, which still exists here and is still necessary here because we're currently turning right back into that kind of crisis where commercial insurance is not available to hospitals and to doctors. So for this bill to be introduced at this moment is particularly concerning because hospitals are vulnerable and they need the legislature's support. They do not need to lose the very few protections that they have under the law. So that's all I'll say about this one bill, but I'll be back.
Thank you. And I don't imagine you had explaining to a committee the collateral source rule at 11 o'clock at night on your bingo card for this week, so thank you for coming in.
Well, my pleasure.
Does anyone have any questions? All right, I don't see any. That does conclude the witness list for Senate Bill 1040. I'd entertain a motion to hold, moved by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1040 is held. Next up, 1041, also by Senator Lamont.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill removes the intent requirement related to the definition of abuse within the chapter on abuse in healthcare facilities and amends the definition of abuse and neglect with regard to elderly affairs by deleting the element of willful conduct therein. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor? All right, seeing none, Mary, back to you.
Thank you. And apologies, Senator Lamont, for picking on your bills. However, this falls into the second category of bills that are concerning from the hospital's perspective this evening, which is bills which expand the universe of liability for hospitals. So while taking away financial protections is one really alarming potential that could result from these bills being passed, the second is that we're expanding the universe of liability for hospitals by taking away things like a requirement of intent. In the facilities regulation, which is where this abuse in healthcare statute exists, what this bill would do is take away from the definition of abuse the intent to harm. It would take away from the definition of neglect willful conduct that results in neglect. So what does that do? That makes every single incident of a simple medical error a potential for meeting the definition of abuse or neglect of a patient. So that has far-reaching ramifications in an actual professional liability lawsuit, but then it also creates an extraordinary administrative burden for our hospitals who have reporting obligations. Every time there's an incident of abuse and neglect, it triggers interactions with the Department of Health. It triggers investigatory requirements within the health systems, and it exposes the hospitals to fines and penalties when typically, as the statute currently exists, fines and penalties and these sort of investigations and reporting requirements would only be triggered if there's actually a bad action, something intentional, something willful, something that someone has done on purpose to hurt a patient. This changes this completely to just innocent mistakes without any sort of intentional conduct. So this expands the universe of liability for hospitals who should be supported at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? All right, that does conclude the public witness list for Senate Bill 1041. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Tokoyan, seconded by Senator Lamount, and all those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1041 is held for further study. Next up, Senate Bill 1042, also by Senator Lamount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 1040 is pretty straightforward. It provides that contractors maintain errors and omission insurance for their services.
Thank you. And we have Frank O'Brien. Mr. Costa signed up in opposition, not testifying. Tony DeSisto signed up in support, written testimony. Ernie, you're up. Frank, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the most important thing to take into account with this particular bill is that errors and omissions policies or errors and omissions coverage is not now generally available. This product is not now generally available in the marketplace here in Rhode Island. Our search produced only one company that has a small book of business. E&O coverage is basically aimed at professionals. It is engineers, insurance agents, folks like that, people who exercise professional judgment in the course of their duties. It's not typically a product that is aimed for a contractor, certainly not the type of contractors that are typically registered before the Contractors Board. So in addition to that, the immediate effective date of the bill, it would be impossible to comply with because essentially there is no market here in Rhode Island for that particular product at the moment. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? I don't see any. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ernie Shigalian. I'm a longtime insurance agent from Cranston and a volunteer for the Independent Insurance Agents Association. So in addition to what Mr. O'Brien said, even if the policies and the coverage were available, they wouldn't address the problems that we all hear about with contractors, where if they take money and they don't come back and show up, errors and omissions insurance, even if it was available, wouldn't pay for that, and errors and omissions insurance wouldn't pay for faulty workmanship. So the coverage isn't available, and if it were, it's not going to address the problems that are out there. So that's my story.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, seeing none, that does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 1042. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Tokoyan, second by Senator Lamount, and all those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1042 is held for further study. Next, we'll move to Senate Bill 1043 by Senator Lombardi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill prohibits an employer agency in the various categories within from committing any act declared to be unlawful or an unlawful employment practice under the statute, and it could avail employees or an employer to personal liability.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor? And on this bill, we have Jeremy Costa. We also have Will Farrell signed up in opposition, no testimony. Tony DeSisto signed up in support, written testimony. Stephen Brown signed up in support, written only. And Lynette Forey-Menard signed up in opposition, written testimony only. Mr. Costa, welcome.
Yes. I'm in support of this bill. I just wanted to make sure that it also included all state employees, that it wasn't just private citizens or private businesses, that it also included employees of the state, that it included city workers, that it included state workers, anybody that has to work in the government there should be no immunity. I know that this is not a qualified immunity bill, but this should also include state employees. 30 to 40% of the employees in Rhode Island, if they're not healthcare workers who have immunity, they're government officials or employees. So it seems like this is only going to be for the private sector and their employees. So I'm just hoping that it gets amended and it includes all. You know, if you are in violation, you should be punished like everyone else. You shouldn't have any immunity. So that's all that I wanted to add to that. Other than that, looks like a pretty solid piece of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you. That does conclude the public testimony on Senate Bill 1043. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator Lamount. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1043 is held for further study. Next up, 1044, also Senator Lombardi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This bill adds the doctrine of assumption of the risk to the current comparative negligence statute.
Thank you. And Mary, if you wanted to come back up, we also have Frank O'Brien. Frank.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Continuing with our late night visit with first-year torts, Rhode Island is one of 12 states that still has a pure comparative negligence system on the books. This particular bill would overturn longstanding precedent, and the witness to my left will lead us through the recitation of what it does.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, and thank you, folks, for having me back. The reference to first-year torts is really apt because assumption of the risk is such a fundamental concept of English common law. We've carried it into our common law. It has existed in Rhode Island as long as Rhode Island has had law. And the doctrine of the assumption of the risk is a complete bar to liability for a defendant. So obviously, on behalf of hospitals, we like to have some complete bars to liability. And to take this one away falls into my bucket of bills which would expand the universe of liability for hospitals. One does not assume the risk unless he or she appreciates the unreasonable quality of the danger and undertakes the activity nonetheless. So to make this part of comparative negligence is sort of inherently illogical, because if you've undertaken an unreasonable risk yourself, you are 100% liable for your own conduct. So I don't even really understand how the math would work out by taking away the doctrine of assumption of the risk and making it part of comparative negligence. And I think it's just a concerning further erosion of the availability of defenses of any kind to any defendants, but particularly to my defendants who are hospitals and healthcare workers. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. That concludes the public witness list on Senate Bill 1044. Entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamount and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1044 is held for further study. Next up, we have Senate Bill 1045, also by Senator Lombardi.
And in my favorite of the trinity of bills to get under Frank O'Brien's skin is the latest bill 1045, which essentially, for purpose of liability on third persons of damages relating to claims where there's workers' comp, it provides for that reimbursement not be provided for certain element of damages and rewards and reduces any award by a percentage of the employee's comparative negligence.
Thank you, Senator. Frank O'Brien had signed up in opposition, no testimony, but I don't know if you changed his mind. And we also have Tony DeSisto, written testimony in support, Kevin Flood, written testimony in opposition.
I would simply point out on this particular piece of legislation that the testimony submitted by my colleagues at Beacon Mutual Insurance Company is nothing less than scholarly. So I would take that, suggest that for your late evening reading. Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude the public witness list on Senate Bill 1045. I entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lombardi, seconded by Senator Lamount. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 1045 is held for further study. Next up, we will have Senate Bill 1046 by Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10046 is rather straightforward. It provides for mandatory uninsured motorist coverage. I'll take any questions. I'm not sure whether there are witnesses signed up.
Thank you. Yep, we have Frank O'Brien and Ernie back up at the table.
I'm first.
Frank is kind of parked. I was going to give him that option.
Yes, Madam Chair, the hour's late. I intend to be parked. This particular piece of legislation is one of the most concerning pieces of legislation that we have seen cross our path in a long period of time. And it is also a fundamental question of public policy. And the public policy question is whether you want to have a large number of people have at least some insurance, or a smaller number of people have a greater amount of insurance. Here in Rhode Island, Rhode Island is one of a number of states where people are allowed to reject uninsured motorist coverage. And we basically don't recommend that people do that, but there are some people who may do that for financial related reasons. The way the system is currently set up is that if you have the wherewithal and the desire to purchase this product, it is available. It is available at a price, and most people do purchase it because it is the responsible thing to do. On the other hand, if your means do not allow you to purchase it and you want to comply with the law and put your vehicle on the road, there is a lower cost option, if you will. If this bill were to pass, we believe that it could result in Rhode Islanders, in some cases, seeing very significant increases in their auto insurance premiums. While it will vary from company to company and driver to driver, it could be potentially significant, ranging from $111 to $240, and in some cases exceeding $450 in premium. We're concerned that this could result in more people driving uninsured. Rhode Island already has a significant uninsured drivers problem. According to the Insurance Research Council, 16.5% of the drivers on our roads are uninsured. This is the highest number in New England by far, and 11th highest in the country. And this is notwithstanding a number of efforts the General Assembly has done in the past and continues to do. In short, for folks who may not be able to afford it, this could be a significant increase in their auto insurance premiums. And if somebody can't afford it, needs to get to work, they may not buy the required coverage. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you. Welcome back.
Yes, Madam Chair. So I'm a longtime agent, as I said, and when the original insurance was originally, mandatory liability insurance was originally voted in, it had to be voted in 3 times that year because it was repealed twice. It was voted in February, and there was so much constituent backlash, it was repealed like the next legislative day. And then it was voted in, I think, April or May of 1993. Again, it was repealed the next legislative day because there was so much constituent backlash. And then it was finally voted in to go November 1st when the legislature was out of session. And I think if this passes, that there's going to be significant backlash too. I'm one of the agent members on the Rhode Island Auto Insurance Plan, which is the residual market or the assigned risk plan, is another name for it. And there are 3,600 people insured there, and the both uninsured motorist bodily injury and uninsured motorist property damage are going to cost $570. They're going to be added onto 3,600 people. And by some estimations that I've done, there's about 35,000 people in Rhode Island that don't have uninsured motorists. And I've done a little survey just, for some of my customers. And it's even some, it's not always $570, but it's at least $275, $300. You look on your own policy and you'll see how much it costs. So I agree that it'll cause more people to be uninsured. It's going to be very upsetting for a lot of our customers. And as an insurance agent here, trying to object to a bill that's going to make people buy insurance. So that'll tell you something. It's going to be upsetting to a lot of people.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Senator Quesada.
I just had a comment because I remember in that time in the 1990 something, 93, they suspended my license at that time because that's when the insurance started in Rhode Island. And I remember I was working in North Kingston and I had to leave the job because nobody worked and nobody from my college used to work, my co-worker, nobody lived in Providence at that time. And then I wasn't able to find a ride. And I remember that time it was a police in Cranston who stopped me and he asked for insurance. I didn't have it. I didn't have the money either to get insurance at that time. And I can see now how this is going to be an issue for a lot of people who not be maybe able, insurance in Rhode Island is very high. And this is going to make it a lot even worse for people who can at least not even afford to have the car insurance just to protect themselves, but now to protect other people who don't have insurance. Then I don't know how so many people will be affected by this legislation. I'm very concerned about it.
So I'd like to add that I also believe that this will disproportionately affect people in lower income neighborhoods.
Exactly.
It will disproportionately affect them. The people that can least afford it will be, most affected, and it'll be the biggest, and I agree that more people will be driving around without insurance.
They have to, because I'm sorry, but they're really, I'm very passionate about it because I really can see it. How so many people, especially in community of color, are going to have a big issue with this legislation.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
That does conclude the public witness list on Senate Bill 1046. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1046 is held for further study. Next up, we'll go to Senate Bill 1047, also by Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill would subject litigation loan agreements in Rhode Island to our state's usury laws, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We have Frank O'Brien signed up in support, no testimony, and Tony DeSisto also signed up in support. That concludes the public witness list on Senate Bill 1047. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1047 is held for further study. Next up, we will move to Senate Bill 1048. Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill would require that insurance policies for pretty much anything other than workers' compensation state the policy limits and indicates further that no amount of the policy can be used for the cost of defending the claim. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? All right. Seeing none. Frank, back to you. I think we have Mary and Ernie back with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill would eliminate the use of so-called defense within limits policies here in Rhode Island. Defense within limits policies are a well-established product primarily used by sophisticated insureds such as hospitals, large medical practice, to address commercial risks such as errors in omissions, employment practice, liability, and directors and officers coverage. They are not offered in personal lines. In Rhode Island, the Department of Business Regulation prohibits defense within limits policies unless a consumer signs a specific endorsement, form, letter to that effect. This prohibition has been in DBR's P&C filing guidelines for a number of years, and as a result, most, if not all, of these policies are used for surplus or specialty lines. Essentially, these are policies aimed at sophisticated purchasers, typically in a professional liability marketplace. They are a well-established tool. They provide predictability, cost effectiveness for a certain class of policyholders. They are not intended and are not used for the general public. This bill would remove an option for sophisticated insurance purchasers in Rhode Island, and that's the reason why we oppose it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I echo everything that Mr. O'Brien said, and I'm here to speak on behalf of hospitals, and hospitals very commonly not just utilize defense within limits insurance coverage, but rely upon it. It is extremely expensive to defend a professional liability claim. It involves very specialized litigators. It involves retention of very costly expert witnesses. And for commercial carriers to be able to provide that kind of coverage, they need the protection of a defense within limits policy so that they have some idea of what the universe of exposure in a given policy year is going to be. Because you could have $1 million policy and a professional liability claim comes in that policy year and it might cost $50,000 because it's nonsense and it gets kicked out. You could have a professional liability claim that comes in a given year and it costs $400,000 to defend because it has to go the whole way and you have to get expert witnesses. And so that's such variability in expenses that it has to be handled within those policy limits. Our hospitals here very commonly rely on defense within limits coverage. And so this is one of the bills that I look at as really undermining the financial viability of hospitals in Rhode Island. Because if defense within limits coverage is not permitted, some hospitals have built entire structures around this type of coverage, some of our largest hospitals, in fact. And this is just another bill that would drive commercial insurers who write professional liability excess coverage out of this state. We already have a situation where people can't get commercial primary coverage, and they have to just rely on the excess carriers that will continue to write for exorbitant premiums excess coverage in this state. And to take away this one tiny little bit of protection that hospitals have feels very targeted. This bill is about hospitals, and it also is a real challenge to the financial viability of hospitals.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the witness? All right, I don't see any. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you again. Yes, so the only thing I would add that this is similar to some of the other bills. It's forcing people to pay a lot more for insurance because the coverage is going to be expanding greatly. And a lot of, small businesses, sometimes it's not just hospitals, it's smaller businesses. It's never on like auto insurance or commercial auto insurance. It's professional liability coverages. But sometimes they're smaller businesses and they like to have the option of paying, for a policy that's affordable. They know what they're buying. By regulation, they have to sign an acknowledgement that they know that they're buying a policy with the defense within the limits. And, it gives people the choice of getting something that's more affordable.
Thank you. Senator Lombardi.
Frank, they're typically higher than $1 million policies, though. These cannibalizing policies are because of the fact that, you just gave up an example of $1 million policy. I mean, obviously, if it's professional negligence, it could go into the tens of millions of exposure. So those policies are generally much larger than $1 million, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
And, if I could see a concern if there's an area where there's a minimum coverage covered by a wasting policy or a defense within limits policy, and that would be a problem. But if it's a larger policy that far exceeds the minimum coverage required by law, then there is absolutely no reason for concern other than that it would be unfortunate for a plaintiff to get to the end of the case and find out that there had been a lot of expenses and money isn't available to pay them, is really what we're talking about. And, certainly insurance is targeted to protect the insured. It is not intended to be there as a pot of gold at the end of someone's rainbow. We're talking about insurance being available to protect the purchaser of the insurance. And this product does that very effectively without compromising mandatory coverages.
Frank may not believe this, but the first 3 years of my career, I worked for a firm that worked for the MMJUA, so he may not believe that.
Are there any other comments or questions for the witness? All right, I don't see any. We also had Tony DeSisto signed up written testimony in support. Ian Ridlin from the Rhode Island Trust come forward. And we also had Kevin Flood written in opposition. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I get brownie points, but I was going to sign up on 6 of the last 8 bills, which I didn't do because I knew what we were doing here. But with respect to this particular bill, for all the reasons that have been discussed, you know, the trust kind of opposes this, but it's particularly egregious in the case of the trust. And certainly our first hope would be that this bill doesn't pass. But if it does, I would ask that, you know, there some revisions to the bill. Because frankly, you know, as you've heard a little bit earlier, in the 70s and 80s, obtaining commercial insurance in a lot of cases was extremely difficult. It was particularly difficult in the 80s for any city or town. And so as a result, this body rightly created the interlocal trust, which gave us the ability to provide a self-insurance pool for our members. What we do is we administer this program. It's a self-insurance pool. And so when we write a policy, all it is, it's an agreement among the participating members, the municipalities, that say, hey, this is what we want covered, this is what we want excluded. And within that, they have agreed that defense costs should erode policy limits because it does make it more affordable. If this were to pass as is, and without any language changes, even though we are not technically an insurance company that's regulated by DBR, we would still be subject to this because it says written policies of insurance, which is what we give to our members just so they understand what they're getting. So it would really be problematic. We would actually have to go back and we'd have to revise our entire underwriting process, and it would make it extremely more expensive for cities and towns to afford the product. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any, Senator McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because we had spoken about this, Ian, let me just bring it out. You had indicated that if this were to be passing, language, if you look at the first line of it saying every policy written insuring against liability, language saying something like no insurance company writing policies insuring against liability would at least protect the trust.
It would, thank you. Yeah, and if you look at the large majority of the insurance-related bills that talk about that, the language that they say is any insurance company organized and licensed to do business in the state.
Understood.
If it had something like that, that would be tremendous. Alternatively, if you wanted to exclude entities organized and existing under 45-520.1, that would work as well.
And I think Frank objects to your saying that that would be tremendous. I think he has a problem with that.
He can beat me up in the hall afterward.
Any other comments or questions? All right, Senator Quesada.
No, I just wanted to say that I agree with you because that would be very hard on municipality. It's like Rhode, like Providence, who has so much to be the capital, the city capital, and they have so much liability to be able to afford the changes. I agree. I think we should make those changes that he asking for.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, that would help the interlocal trust. And more power to the interlocal trust. Unfortunately, it would put hospitals and other sophisticated purchasers, again, at a significant disadvantage because if changed in that way with the language that's in the bill, you'd essentially eliminate the ability of the members of my trade association, American Property Casualty Insurance Association, to provide those products here in Rhode Island, and that would be a significant detriment to a lot of businesses and other organizations in this state.
Thank you. That concludes the public witness list for Senate Bill 1048. I'd entertain a motion to hold, moved by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1048 is held for further study. Next up, we'll move to my legislation 1056. This raises the minimum recovery in a civil action to recover for wrongful death from $250,000 to $365,000 and automatically increases for inflation the minimum recovery annually on January 31st. This increase is based on the consumer price index. We have Jeremy Costa signed up in support. Thank you, sir. Frank O'Brien in opposition, no testimony. Mary, I see you're back welcome.
Thank you. I can be brief on this bill, and I will just say that this is another bill in this group of legislation that expands the universe of liability for hospitals. It is unusual for any sort of injury to have a floor of recovery already, and here it is at $250,000. So to raise it to $105,000, just adds to the burden of hospitals and healthcare providers in the state. And I will say it's an interesting impact on litigation generally, because you hear the argument a lot that, well, we get the $250, and then what about the medicals? What about the pain and suffering? So $250 doesn't become a floor, it becomes like a cherry on top. So the actual impact of setting this minimum at all is that it just drives up the cost of litigation when you already have the ability in a wrongful death case to get all of the regular compensable personal injury damages that would be available in the case. And now you're adding an extra $100,000 just at the get-go. So it's a problem. It exposes hospitals and healthcare providers to just increased risk and increased expense.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I know it's late,
Senator
but
Lombardi.
I'm sorry, but this one I have to react. I think that, the flip side of that is a life worth only $250,000. That's the flip side of that. This one, a few of them were pie in the sky, I get it, but this one is, I think, a little bit more palatable.
Thank you, Senator. That does conclude the public witness list on Senate Bill 1056. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 1056 is held for further study. Next up, we have Senate Bill 1057. This act prohibits the introduction into court proceedings of any evidence that the fair and reasonable charge for healthcare services is the amount received by the healthcare provider rather than the amount billed by the healthcare providers. We have Frank O'Brien, Mary Walsh McBurney, and then Tony DeSisto signed up in support, written testimony only. Frank, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate 1057 is a very concerning and frankly, in our view, somewhat unfair proposal, which adds a section to Rhode Island law prohibiting any evidence being introduced in any civil action that the fair and reasonable charges for medical services is the amount paid as opposed to the amount billed. Since these amounts can differ considerably, this would add significantly to the damages and potentially increasing things. The bill's also especially concerning, and Mary will probably speak to this as well, in the medical malpractice context, given the language in one of the earlier bills we talked about, Senate 1040, which is before the committee. Together, these two bills would act to repeal the collateral source rule and plus add to the amount of damages within that pile. It's kind of one is exponentially greater than the other. If they would both pass together, the amount of concern, the amount of damage to the insurance industry, the amount of risk and the costs associated with it would be exponentially greater. So with that, again, I'd like to turn it over to the witness to my left.
Thank you. And, we talked about this issue. This is, I feel like it can't be overstated, the manner in which the relief was provided that allowed only paid expenses to go into evidence in medical malpractice cases. It came to be to save healthcare and to save professional liability insurance for healthcare providers in the 1970s. And that's where we are again. So to change this, to take away that small bit of relief and allow this fictional kind of billed number to be the number is problematic. And the collateral source rule is something that has existed in Rhode Island common law forever, and it exists. You know, there's this delightful case called Esposito versus O'Hare, I believe it's from 2006, that really digs into the history of both why medical malpractice is exempted from the collateral source rule and why the collateral source rule exists in other cases. So the collateral source rule exists in a regular personal injury case, and you can put in the billed amounts unless you can kind of undermine them as not fair and reasonable. But in a medical malpractice case, you can't. You can only put in the paid amounts, and that's really a critically important small bit of relief that is offered in medical cases to keep the damages within reason. Insurers rely on them for underwriting. This rule is something, you know, that's considered in determining premiums and determining whether people are going to write insurance in this jurisdiction. So this is a really concerning sea change on the way that Rhode Island law would address medical malpractice cases, and really would be a big burden to the hospitals and the health systems.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the witnesses? All right, that does conclude the testimony on Senate Bill 1057. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 1057 is held. Next up, we have Senate Bill 1058. This provides for punitive damage in civil actions where there is willful or wanton conduct or reckless disregard for the health, safety, and welfare. We have Jeremy Costa. Welcome back.
Are you?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, you read your bill?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, go
wonderful.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to support this bill, and I know that everybody else is not going to, most likely, because they represent insurance companies. But I just want to give you a little rundown, because I'm working on a punitive damages case against the state, and I want to make sure that this option is available. So I'm going to start off by going into some of my notes. 1058 currently, punitive damages are generally uninsurable in 5 states: California, Colorado, New York, Rhode Island, and Utah. Under the idea that allowing that the uninsurable of punitive damages undermines the punishment effect that such awards are meant to have. 26 states generally permit uninsurability. Punitive damages go beyond compensating for aggrieved parties. There's a major issue that we have here in the state, and that is that we are one of the 5 states that don't allow for us to deter the behaviors with punitive damage punishment. We have an opportunity with this legislation to compensate within guidelines. From my understanding, I think it's 4 times the amount of the compensatory damages. So if somebody was to be compensated $100,000, they would be able to get $400,000 in punitive damages. I don't think that that is too excessive. I think that that is going to deter people from the behavior, especially some of these officials or municipalities. And I wanted to make sure, because municipalities seem to have a shield of protection. So I want to make sure that they're also included in this, that it's not just for individuals. But anyways, so there is a major need for this. If 26 other states can find an insurability, if they can find a way to insure that, then I think that we should be able to get this on the books and make sure that people that are, I'm trying to think of the word, that are aggrieved or that are infringed upon, or that there was an act of malice, or if there was other type of intent that was negligent, they should be able to receive more than, if not, 4-10 times the amount. So I agree with this bill, and I hope that you guys sign this so I can continue my litigation.
Thank you. Frank or Mary, who wants to go first?
Ladies first.
Okay.
Thank you, Frank. Of all the bills that I have spoken on this evening, this is the bill that I find most concerning. And I say that because, to be honest, I agree with a lot that Mr. Costa said. Conduct should be subject to punitive damage that is malicious or intentional, that needs to be deterred, and that represents extreme conduct. That is Rhode Island common law on punitive damages. That's how Rhode Island common law exists and has existed. And what our courts have said is an award of punitive damages is considered an extraordinary sanction and is disfavored by the law. It requires malice. It requires intent. It requires bad action. What this bill does is it codifies something that already exists in common law, doesn't need to be codified, and then it defines willful or wanton conduct with a negligence standard. It defines willful or wanton to be knew or should have known it was dangerous. That is a negligence standard. And now, in every negligence case, including professional liability cases, which are of my principal concern, we are going to see claims for punitive damages. And what does that do? You have to make a prima facie case in court to bring your punitive damages claim to a jury. But this becomes the tail that wags the dog in every case if this bill passes. Because, as Mr. Costa very wisely pointed out, punitive damages are uninsurable under Rhode Island law. There's a Rhode Island Supreme Court case that says that. There is a DBR regulation that imposes that. So these are not insured risks. So what happens then? A doctor gets sued. There is a claim against her for punitive damages. She has to be given separate counsel because she's been issued a reservation of rights letter that says this claim is not covered against you, doctor, because you might be exposed, your personal assets might be exposed. And there is no lawyer in this state who's gonna say, you know what, doc, in this litigation environment, we're gonna roll the dice here. We're gonna take this to trial. This doctor has now been precluded from accessing the courts in the state of Rhode Island because of this statute. You cannot have a negligence standard for the imposition of punitive damages. Every single time, both of her lawyers, her conflict Beals counsel, and her actual lawyer are going to recommend you have to insist, doctor, that this case gets settled. It doesn't matter how good the care is. It doesn't matter how good the expert reviews are. It doesn't matter how defensible her conduct was. That case has to get settled every time. There are no more medical malpractice trials in this state if this bill passes.
Thank you. Other comments or questions for the witness? All right.
Frank, there's nothing you can add.
It's taxable.
I'm going to finish my this evening's exposition of first-year torts with a little bit of insurance law, and that is to repeat the point that counsel just made, and that is that while there's no statute on this particular subject in Rhode Island, we oppose this particular piece of legislation, notwithstanding the fact that punitive damages are not now insurable under Rhode Island law. This issue has been addressed by the Rhode Island Supreme Court in Allen versus Simmons in 1987. There is also a bulletin from the Department of Business Regulation dating back to 2013, specifically stating that punitive damages are not insurable under Rhode Island law. So why am I here and why is sound coming out of my mouth? Well, that is a very good question at this hour.
I'm going to cut you short. It's Beals. I know the reason. It's Beals.
Well, there's that, but also looking ahead, given the number and breadth of the bills that we've been talking about this evening, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, and I'm certainly not one, to suggest that there could be a bill forthcoming at some legislative session on down the road which would seek some sort of mechanism to have Rhode Island become a state that makes punitive damages insurable. That would be very, very costly and very, very concerning to my industry through a whole swath of potential exposures. And so that's the main reason why we are opposed to this bill, in addition to the bad faith and other issues that have been articulated.
Are there any questions or comments from the witnesses?
I will say punitive damages are taxable, so you can tax punitive damages So you guys can have some income.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. That does conclude the witness list for Senate Bill 1058. I'd entertain a motion to hold by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Lombardi. All those in favor, aye. And any opposed? And Senate Bill 1058 is held for further study.
Let's see if Frank has a problem with the convention center.
Last but not least, I expect everyone to come up to testify on my final bill. Thank you.
Thank you, folks, for engaging in this lovely academic discussion.
Senate Bill 655. I introduced this legislation on behalf of Discover Newport, creates doing business as Discover Newport as a short title for the Bureau. Bob Goldberg signed up in support and is long gone by now. I'd entertain a motion to hold. Moved by Senator Lamont and seconded by Senator Burke. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And Senate Bill 655 is held for further study. Madam Clerk, I believe every member of the committee, if they did miss another... all right. Well, yep, here she is. Madam Clerk, any of the members of the committee who may have missed a vote would request to be recorded in the affirmative on any votes that they missed. With that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn by the entire committee. We are adjourned.